go to item number 3. Can we convene now to close session on a confidential student matter? Do I have to do that? Okay, we're now gonna reconvene to open session. There is no report out from the closed session. Again, this is the special board meeting for the superintendent search, and it is 5:35. Any announcements? No? So we'll rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Ms. Ellinger, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
President Costa or not?
Okay. With that, we go to item number 8, which is the superintendent search. Request for proposal qualification response. And we want to welcome Leadership Associates and Dr. Evans and Dr. Lynn, correct? Welcome. Just to let you know, we have 30 minutes and that will be inclusive of any questions. So don't want to rush you, but welcome. And we look forward to hearing.
My name is Donald Evans and Michael Lynn. And I know that you have our proposal, you've seen our resumes, but I just want to give you a little bit of information about myself. I am a former superintendent. I've been a superintendent for over 10 years, retired 2019 after 33 years. For the last 3 years, I have been a partner with the Leadership and Associates, and I have conducted about 5 searches a year, in the Bay Area. So I just want to thank you for having us here and giving us this opportunity to present. And I have to say this because I can be kind of anal, so I kind of went through all your strategic plan and just really proud of the work that you've done, because I work with a lot of school districts and I like the specificity of your plan, but I wanted to highlight the fact that you don't see many plans that talk about fiscal sustainability, and that is highlighted in your plan, which kind of dovetail into your learner profile, which we're trying to encourage many districts to do. But it had in your learner profile empowered learners, and really defining that and what does that really look like for all of our students that matriculate through Belmont-Redwood Shores. And I also wanted just to commend the district, and it's funny because we both are superintendents, and so we kind of go right to certain things. And so just highlighting the community work, particularly with your education foundation. So I just wanted to mention those things, and kudos to you for the work in leading that work as a board. So, as I said, Michael and I both are former superintendents, but as we are working on searches, we are actually partners. We're not consultants, but we are not in this alone. We have a team with us. And if I could actually click these, there we go. We have a team of support specialists with us on this search. If we are to get this search, Serena Farrington, she'd be working with us on this search. She would work with your executive assistants. There is so many things that you have to do in a search. It is so stressful. And I'm telling you, every board, I don't care how organized you are, it is a stressful time. And you have to be careful to details. There's agendas that have to be posted properly. There are templates, there's communication back and forth. That's really important. So we have somebody who's working with us that will work with your executive assistant as we go through the search. So why Leadership and Associates? We've done, well, first of all, we're a California-based search firm. We've done over 750 searches since we started, But the thing that I'm most proud of is our retention rate. We have 85% of our superintendents have been in their jobs at least 5 years. And that's, you know, saying a whole lot when the average superintendent is about 2 years, maybe 2.5 now, 2.5 nationwide. So we're really proud of our retention rate. You know, we have 7 core values, but the thing that I want to highlight the most is our accountability piece, where we are committed to outcomes. We hold ourselves accountable for your success. We believe in transparency in bringing you through the entire process, communicating with you. This process, like I said, is very stressful, and communication is critical. And we take great pride in holding ourselves accountable for this process. So one of the things I wanted to highlight too is that we collaborate with the entire board. We're committed to the board in this process in bringing you the broadest pool of candidates. We have a network that expands from Northern California to Southern California, as well as nationwide. We have a website that goes out to about 1,500 subscribers that are superintendents, assistant superintendents who are interested in being superintendents. So our network is expansive. Like I said before, we are not consultants. We don't consider ourselves consultants. We are partners in a firm. We have, like I said, a vested interest. And one of the things I want to say is that our fee is $24,500 with $2,000 for travel. That's inclusive. And I bring that up and I highlight that because there's no additional fees for additional community meetings, engagement, and all those things. Because when we're engaging with you, we'll have lots of, Michael will talk about the community engagement piece. There's a lot of partners that you'll want us to meet. And so we don't have a fee that says we're only going to meet with 5 partners and it's going to cost this much. 10 partners, education partners, it's this much. It doesn't matter how many people you want us to talk to. We talk to all of them. And so that fee includes all of that. And I talked about the associates. There's 23 partners. We're from Northern California to Southern California. And like I said, we have over 30 years of service. One of the things I do want to highlight is that I've done 15 searches just in this area. And most recently is a district that is very similar to Belmont, and which is Walnut Creek. So those are the searches that was personally involved in, and those are the ones that I put down so that you would have those as references, where they can talk about our work and how we are committed and our commitment to excellence in working with you. The proposed timeline that we have outlined for you is just a draft. And I say it's just a draft because this search is the board search. It can be modified, changed any way you want. It would be very aggressive to bring someone in September. That's very aggressive. Like I said, Michael has an extensive HR background, and he can tell you to get someone early like that would be very difficult because most people have to put in 90 days. Depends on the contract, but to have someone start by January 1st is doable. So our timeline process starts with the initial meeting that we would have with you if we were selected. Then there's a community input session, then there's the recruitment, and then the interviews and selection. And we work with you in leading all of that for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, evening, almost. My name is Michael Lynn. As Donald said, I'm actually one of the partners from Leadership Associates from Southern California. But believe it or not, I was talking to Kristen earlier. I come up here all the time. My wife grew up in Foster City. So beautiful community, wonderful school district, and like Donald said, we would definitely want to commend you for that. When we had the opportunity to select the partners to really bid on this particular honor with the board, I raised my hand immediately. Even though I came from Southern Cal, I drove up here actually early this morning, with much to look forward to come here because this is almost home away from home. In fact, I'm up here again in about 3 weeks to visit cousins and so forth. Great school district. Um, but I don't have to tell you the challenges that's up ahead naturally in having the superintendent like Dan leaving. Obviously, large shoes to fill. Um, Small school district has enormous challenges. You are obviously a unique school district when it comes to the fiscal arrangement. Um, Being the district that it's unique to the community. We understand the fiscal along with leadership and understand the community transparency, equity. At the same time, the expectation of high achievement on students is going to be again, like I said, Dan, tough place to be and large shoes to fill. I want to just very quickly go over, knowing that our time's limited, a little bit about myself and kind of go over a few slides with you with regards to the details of the search and what's going to be involved. Okay, Michael Lynn, I was a superintendent at Cornell Norco for 9 years. We were one of the largest district in the state, actually the sixth in the state, but the largest down in the Inland Empire in Southern California. I only say this to really mention, as Donald said earlier, I'm actually an HR person. I spent 32 years in education, 14 in human resources, understanding the importance of selection, recruitment, and retention, and how critical that is for all staff, let alone the superintendent of the school district, which is leadership and being sometimes in understanding your school board and your community, the sixth collaborative board member, if you will, someone like Dan is what we're looking for, critically important. So I wanted to say again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. The next slide, I'm hoping I'll be able to get to that, is the commitment that we have with regards to the pool in the area which we would search these candidates from. I mean, at the end of the day, we're really looking at a vast search, right? Well, anyone can tell you that we have a large pool. But I want to share with you that, as Donald had mentioned earlier, we are all partners. We're not consultants. And beyond that, another slide I'll be happy to share with you, we understand the structure of recruitment and building that pool. The pool is not just because we have a database. One half of our pool is actually into staff leadership development. And we do a lot of that work, and I'll be happy to get into that just a little bit in my presentation. But before that, I do want to share with you, we also have a national reputation. Leadership Associates, one of the, if not the oldest search firm for school superintendents in the nation. We're in our 30th year. That's the reason why we're able to point to these numbers, just because of sheer volume and longevity alone. And so we do a good job with national and international, excuse me, national and local in the state, but particularly within the state. CSBA, as you guys are very familiar with, AXA, just as an example, I'm one of the directors for the Human Resources Academy. Many of us actually present, many of us are faculties along with AXA. Some of the ancillary and also affiliated subgroups, as you can see, and you probably are familiar with, like CALSA, for the Latino, California Latino administration and administrators, CAPA for the Asian American and African American. We're very heavily involved. In fact, one of the mentor and on the leadership board for CAPA. And so this is where we continue to network and able to reach not only deep into the pool, but understand the recency of the needs because we stay academically involved even though we've been retired. This is what I was referring to. Actually very proud to kind of mention and briefly describe what we do on the other side of the Leadership Associate ecosystem. We do many leadership development trainings. As you can see on the left, the Leadership Series is an ongoing series that we recruit many to be superintendents to join this particular endeavor to learn about superintendency. We bring guest speakers. We have a lot of practical experiences for them. And this is year-long endeavor. And to the right, you see Superintendent Leadership Network. I'm actually one of the facilitators. So we do that online because this way we're able to have participation throughout the state. Um, I want to say, at least when I was in charge of two of the cohorts down south, that cohort alone, we had over 24 superintendents, active superintendent. Many of them we recruited. Many of them they're not. They simply want to be part of the network. And we're not here teaching superintendents, not at the leadership network. It is about networking and sharing the common work that we do to go from good to great. And one of the other things, I don't want to read all of them to you, that I'm extremely proud because 3 years ago, we instituted assistant superintendent network as well for human resources. I'm in charge of that. We actually have 48 school districts across the state. Over the past 3 years, we have had over 120 active assistant superintendent human resources. Not to mention, we have the same type of a setup for educational services when it comes to assistant superintendent network and training. You can see the pipeline: human resources, assistant superintendent, educational services, and these all cream of the crop because we we do have a cap because the size of these academies. And once you go through the teaching and the facilitation, the learning of these individuals, when we do search, it's not just a name. It is not just a phone call for reference checks. We know these folks. The best predictor for the future leader to be successful is past practice. And typically, it don't come from making a phone call and taking some notes. We know these people. Okay? I wanted to point that out to you because we're very, very proud. No search firm matches particular endeavor that we do for so long and for the right reasons because we really, really believe that leadership is critical and we got to put in the work to do that. And all of the facilitators and teachers, like myself and Donald, we're all former superintendents. Interview selection process. As Donald mentioned, we want to make sure that this board understand the importance. Even though you do, we want you to know that this is your search. This is not our search. Our job is to facilitate you, doing the best we can, give you our experiences, providing guidance. But at the end of the day, it is a board decision, and we work with your timeline. As Donald mentioned earlier, we put together a somewhat of aggressive timeline, a fast track timeline, if you will, because we don't know where the board is. Dan leaving on June 30th, maybe the thought or the desire is quickly replace this vital important seat. If that's the case, we have looked at the ECHL publication internally. We have actually have digested the process a little bit and realizing that January 1st is viable, knowing good candidates between now and summer and starting of school. They will have some internal timeline that they have to obviously work through. We take that into consideration. We propose that timeline because we want you to know if the board's desire is to hire sooner rather than later, we will be ready for you. If the board decided to take the time to make sure that we reach further and deeper, absolutely July of next year, that's also the possibility, but that's a year away. So we'll work with the board based on your desire, what the line is, and the consideration that you will have for your local community and needs. We will definitely be able to reach those milestones based on what you feel is right for your community. Okay, and so as you can see, the board determines the candidates. As I mentioned, this is your job. Our job is to provide you the deepest and the most qualified candidate pool and go through screening, working with you to tease out this large pool and to get you the best possible fit. And ultimately, you have to make that decision. We're along with you every step along the way in each interviewing process. Your interview, but we're there helping you coming up with a community profile. Through the community profile, extremely important that we're here to listen and through your community and coming out with questions because at the end of the day, this is their superintendent. They elected you to represent them. This whole process is really important that they feel that if Donald and I were lucky enough to be selected, that we represent you. That's critically important that we understand when we take that with honor and pride. That if we were to get this search opportunity, that we will obviously and always keep that in mind. And we'll work you very, very closely in terms of communication, in terms of timeline and everything else. The last thing I would say is in terms of community engagement, the groups will work with the board, but also in terms of the survey and also the in-person interview, Don and I will be able to do that collectively. I came to this country when I was 13 from Taiwan. I'm fluent in Mandarin. And so hopefully that will be a little bit of help in this community. I don't know if that's the case, but if not, I still speak English, so we're okay. Um, But definitely, we'll be able to translate the surveys. We've done that often. One of the most recent searches that I have participating down in Southern California is Irvine Unified. You may have heard of them. I don't know. It's the same thing. We actually had in that particular district 8 different languages, but we have the capability to make the translation. And most important thing is to reach out and that the folks who are able to come, willing to come in person, we love them to come. Sometimes we have redundancy. That's okay. Okay, people got to feel like they're involved, and the transparency has to be there. Those who can make it because of job restrictions and time and transportation and things of that nature, or maybe just because of culture barrier, we have these surveys in different languages, and collectively, quantitative and qualitative data. Once it comes together, we will prepare the data for the board, very very detailed fashion, so you have this information. And I say that to say because through that process, then we can develop a community profile. That's when we post a position because we want to make sure to have absolute match based on what the board and the community sees in this future leader. Okay. So with that, I'm going to pause, leave a little bit of time for question and answer.
I just want to want to say one more thing. Even though this is an adult situation here with the board, I just want to be mindful that everything that we do, we have to keep children at the center. And I want to remind the board that when we do partnerships with all the community members, we want to include the students. We want their voice because that's why we all here. And so it's just always bringing us back to who we are, why we're here, and it's always for the students. And I wanted to say that.
I was going to start off with some questions. Hopefully it represents the board. My fellow trustees can kind of chime in. One is specific that I have for your group looking at your proposal. So I had the proposal I thought mentioned the November timeline, but you're mentioning like more January. Is that?
We did, again, the reason why is because depending on the need of the board, right? If you feel like ASAP, we want to fill this important vacancy, we looked at internally, we can do it. But even look at some of the scheduled special board meetings, and I think I remember correctly, even being the timeline, because the ACAL publication, if we close on the 14th of August,
Yeah.
because we'll have time to do it in the summertime, aggressively, okay? We'll
That's
definitely
aggressive.
take advantage, especially if that's already scheduled, I think, on the 12th of September, to get the person on board if we want to push it that way. The only reason why we put that calendar up for your consideration is, again, if the board want to fill the vacancy as soon as possible without jeopardizing quality, we can do that. So that gives you a starting point and only go further to even July 1st of 2027 at the wish of the board.
So what, so kind of, again, I'm not trying to, I appreciate you kind of, sounds like you're flexible. I think, just trying to say, is there a way that we can condense it without sacrificing quality? And to not sacrifice quality, you feel comfortable, like to you, an aggressive timeline is what, going to September? Or November? Like what would you say in your experience?
November. We did this backwards. We mapped out backwards.
Okay.
I would say November 1st, I think is what we have put down. And Donald had mentioned January 1st, simply because folks, depending on who the candidate is, they may not be able to get out of the contract. Because we want to get as much of sitting superintendent's interested as possible through the network we're talking about as we reach out. Again, it's not going to be just through publication. That would be casting of a net, hoping you catch some little fish. That's just one thing, but we're very specific about because the network we're able to develop, right? So, Donald, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and just even if we may not, let's say, get a wide range of sitting soups, if you're looking at assistant soups, and I would say you're going to have a lot of those that will apply, they're still going to have to give like 60, maybe 90 days notice. That's why we were saying around November, and they wouldn't be able to start till
in the holidays
January.
too, right? So we would say November, but realistically, I would say January 1st. But we needed November 1st. We actually looked at it. We'll be able to do it.
So I guess just to be clear, because again, this is my first time going, I think,
Sure.
going through this.
Yeah.
What, November is the candidate to come on board or to give notice? Like in the ideal situation?
If the candidate is able to be released from that contract, because we have plenty of situation where the board would say, congratulations.
Right.
Let's just say a very highly qualified assistant superintendent. The board typically will not hold this person. They understand that. So it's more about the transition, right? Maybe they have inside administrative director they fill in, maybe some kind of potential interim situation. That happens all the time. So again, the question is, are you pretty positive that without sacrificing quality, that we could get person on board on the 1st of November around that time? We would say yes, contingent upon the release timeframe.
I understand, okay. So it's not any concurrent searches, it's not, the timeline is not built around the challenges of the summer and or any concurrent searches that is dividing your time.
This is the only search.
This
Okay.
is it. I
Okay.
just finished one.
Great. Yeah,
So 3 of our 5 board.
3 of our 5 board seats are up for reelection this November. And so your guarantee requires the board majority to stay intact. How do we work that if we
We
have to
work
go to
that.
January and then no big deal or, okay.
It's cool.
do you, so I guess I just had you've answered a bunch of things and I want to be mindful of time and other questions. My one question was, when building up kind of the superintendent's profile, right, and the attributes, which I think is a real critical part, right? It really takes time and care to make sure, because then you're going off of our criteria, right? Our input. Can you explain how during this, again, a lot of my questions are geared towards the summer because I think it is a challenge with people and their schedules. So can you explain how you will mitigate the challenges in general of a summer search and specifically the trade-offs of virtual versus in-person? Because I did talk to one of your reference and they kind of said, well, when in person really lets the community feel valued. It lets them really talk and kind of feel that buy-in process that I think we really want our community to feel. But again, the reality is we can't juggle. We're entering summer months where people just have family vacations, et cetera. So I'm just trying to kind of, get for our search. Do you have any thoughts on how to mitigate the summer months and or specifically to this first phase, which is the design and feedback gathering?
And so that's where we would rely on you because you know your community better than we know the community. And yes, I would agree that when people have the opportunity to meet in person, they really enjoy that. But we had more input from people online. Because, for instance, people were working
Yeah,
and they couldn't just leave.
Yeah.
And they could just sign on and, virtually. But the thing about this search is that we're willing to do whatever is best for this community. It doesn't have to be tailored like the other ones. So if you would say, let's maybe have a few over the summer. And as soon as everybody comes back, let's have more engagement from the community where let's say you might want to have a town hall meeting. We're willing to do that. I only live 30 minutes away. So it takes me nothing to get over here and get the parents or the community group. But I would say you have a hybrid because you want as many people as possible
Right.
to participate in this process.
Thank you.
Well, I just have one more, and that is, will you be the people
Yep.
working with us?
This-
And then if you're living in Southern California, is that like, would you commute up here? Would you be staying?
And I apologize. Donna had mentioned the 2,000 for reimbursement for travel. That's really for me, for the most part. But I calculate my distance to your district basically from the point of San Jose Airport. Because I'm from Ontario, that's 15 minutes. But I actually did a consulting work here with San Francisco Unified for actually 2 straight years just about. I'm here all the time for work, and that's not an issue at all. We don't anticipate coming up too much because otherwise that would be too much for redundancy. But I do want to say, Donald's here again, 30 minutes away.
Yep.
Me coming out there is not an issue. Um, we want to make sure that we together design, able to participate as much as possible based on what your needs are. That's really the key. This is not our search, this is your search. We're your tools to use.
And if you call my references, they'll tell you, I am there. Whenever you call, I answer the phone. It's not 24 hours, it's not 48 hours. You call me, I pick up. You tell me to get over here, I'm here. That's what you get.
Thank you.
You have both of our sound numbers too.
And we do, that price, the 2,000 in terms of travel and reimbursement, it cannot exceed that. That's it. That's it.
Want a final question?
Sure. Maybe you said it already, this feels kind of a basic one, but you've done lots of searches and you have a wide network. Have you done a search in this timeline that we're talking about before? And if
Yes.
so, what were the
Yes.
what was hard about it? What was easy about it, you know?
The difference with this time search is that we're going over summer.
Uh-huh.
So we'll have to tailor it.
Yeah.
And it's just basically you telling us what you want and we know how to do it.
Yeah.
So like I said, I would propose more of a hybrid, but I just wouldn't do all hybrid because I think you limit people. And sometimes I think that people feel more comfortable, or put it this way, it seems more transparent
Yeah.
when they have the opportunity to come and voice their opinion in your face. You know, so I would say my recommendation is like, hey, let's start off here, but let's not end.
Mhm.
Let's continue it when everybody comes back.
Donald, if I may add, recent example at Irvine, it was critical. There's a lot of Asian that don't feel comfortable from the United States, don't speak English.
Mhm.
I mean, they do, but not fluent.
Yeah.
And we have, I want to say, 2 different days. It was almost like a town hall.
Mhm.
And it's such a pleasure to be personally there. They ask different questions with their English, but they also understand why the things. And like I said earlier, we're really mindful of where they're from the community, where they're representing, and how we make them feel managed. This is
That's
process,
critical.
The data itself is one thing to look on a profile, but that engagement so that they feel like, okay, the board representatives listen. They care.
Mhm.
There's that trust being built. There's no substitution for God's absolute right. So we not only anticipate, we encourage these personally. If they can't come, we'll have multiple meetings
Mhm.
and give people the opportunity. And I'm thinking even in the summertime, you may be surprised. People have family obligations, but they're also home.
Yeah.
The child care piece, that we actually the in-person community from a parent perspective, it's actually more engaging.
Can I say one last thing? It's a lot about being heard, but it's how they feel when they're listened to. Because they'll come back and they will tell you what their experience was like.
Thank you both.
Mhm. Thank you.
For your
the
time.
opportunity.
So I was wondering if you want us to, you got lots of other firms, do we stay or do we leave, or you guys make a decision?
Your choice. The board set to deliberate right around 7:45 tonight, and regardless, trustee or President Koss will probably reach out tomorrow morning.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
In the interest of time, should we just go into the next one? Yeah. Okay. So we have HYA, correct? Very- Very nice to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And my colleague actually is on Zoom. I don't know if you were able to connect him in.
We'd like to-
All right. Well, first of all, good.
reach out.
Do we have a Zoom for?
Is there something?
Well, you can see that the
He thought maybe.
We broadcast via Zoom.
No, but is he participating? Or is he just on?
He's participating in the question and answer portion.
Okay.
So, but Van, VAHN,
Just British. What happened?
and if not, you have me.
Maybe-
Yes, I'd have to.
Yeah, we didn't know, that somebody else was gonna be on Zoom, so maybe we can still send them something.
All right, let me just.
Great. Sure. Right, here's gonna be a list.
Perfect. And it's actually just saying he's having trouble getting on the Zoom right. So give me just one.
Flexibility, while you guys get that, the weeks go. Thank you.
I apologize for the delay also. Technology. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Five. No, that's not us. Oh, go into Google Chrome. No, you got us. Oh, I can, I believe you'll do it here, okay. Hello there. It's delightful to be here. I was telling the story that I feel like I'm coming home, kinda. I used to have an office in the San Mateo County Office of Education when it was still in the old Kmart building. We're going way back. So walking in this, was like, whoa, what happened? So we will introduce ourselves in just a few moments, but we want to get started with you here about McPherson and Jacobson. We focus on what is all about for the leadership. And you'll see here on this particular slide is we help your candidates and you identify what is it and where are you today? And we try to get very focused on that because that dictates our search all the way through. And then what are the challenges? Again, applicants want to know that beforehand. So we really work on the leadership component with you and the candidate, hopefully ultimately the person you select. Then our goal to this whole process is first, as I just was mentioning, clarify what is the leadership role, and then build a strong and diverse candidate pool. And we'll come back to that in a slide or two later, but that is something we really pride ourselves on. Every search I've been on, the pool that we bring to the board has been very diverse. Ethnically, gender-wise, sexual identification, all that. We've identified at different times. And then how do we support you? Because we will be your employees. Now, why, or what happens with superintendent searches? If in fact we haven't clarified that leadership role, that can send you, I want this, no, I want that, this and that. So it really helps us focus. And then it strengthens for us the recruitment process. We get applications and we also get calls before we even start vetting anybody. And we sometimes will say, based on the information you've given us, you may not be a fit, or you will be a fit. And there's times when we're constantly on the move looking for new applicants. And so we identify somebody, we meet somebody new and learn about them, et cetera. And they say, you might be right for. And so we do that as much as we can. We really look at the alignment for you as a board as well. Just last night, I finished a search. The board had selected their candidate. And part of what we really worked with them a lot during that search is, how are you aligned with your superintendent? What's your governance model? Because hiring a superintendent, number one, is one of the most important things you will do. And number two, how you interact with each other is critically important. And we talk about, okay, there's gonna be times you disagree. It's not gonna always be yes, yes, yes. How do you disagree and still maintain credibility with your constituents? And then we look at the leadership in the community as well. And we spend some time with them, and as we go through the process, we'll give you a little bit more on where we do that. So who are we? Well, I'm Dr. Daniel Moreo. I will be the lead consultant for you. And I was starting to think, okay, when did I start this? Actually, it was just as COVID was starting, was my first search. We did the whole search on Zoom. Which was interesting. It was finally when they had selected their candidate, they said, we need to work something out. And we literally went outside, spaced all around, and had a conversation. Because it wouldn't be, I wonder how it would be for a board to meet their candidate the first time. I've been a superintendent in urban, suburban, and rural districts. I've been a state administrator as well, and if you know that concept, it's because a district got taken over for financial reasons. It was delightful when we finally were able to turn local control back to the board. So I've taken on that role as well. Been a teacher at all three levels, and here I am today. If you were to ask my family, if I were to tell you I'm retired, and you ask my family, they would argue that point. So with that, let me introduce my colleague, Tori Gibson. Tori?
Hi, good evening. I'm Tori Gibson. I will refer to myself as what newly out of the superintendent seat call recovering superintendent. I sat in the seat for 11 years. Probably my first actual recruitment process was actually with McPherson and Jacobson. And it was from the candidate side, it was a very thorough process. I sat in that seat for 6 years very proudly. I've been a superintendent in both rural and urban, as well as very small, 600 students, a district of 4,000 students, and a district of 13,000 students. And so I have a vast experience across the levels. With your particular district, I really relate to the K-8 piece because it is its own thing. And often secondary districts or secondary schools, especially if you're unified, which you're not, but there's this clash around how easy elementary is. And if you've ever walked into a kindergarten or first grade classroom when someone's having a little bit of a meltdown, you quickly learn it's not that easy. And so the elementary world really has a place in my heart. I was a school principal for 17 years and at all three levels as a site administrator as well. I've spent 24 of my 28 years in education at some form or fashion of an administrative level, whether it be site, district office, or the superintendency. Currently, I'm in the world of doing some other consulting work, specifically around special education, and helping districts reinvent their special education system so that they are aligned with federal law. It's a win-win, helping districts align with federal law and compliance so that you get out of the litigation cycle that I like to call it. Students start getting what they deserve and what they're entitled, but districts then get to have cost-saving measures. It's something I just fell into as I became a principal and have done this work that has just blossomed throughout all three superintendent worlds that I've sat in. So that's what I'm doing currently, as I move forward with retiring and looking at STIRS, which is a great place to sit. So I'm happy to be here.
This one's yours.
Okay. So I think one of the greatest parts of McPherson and Jacobson, and Dan said this a little bit already, is really about finding the right candidate. And I think that I cannot impress on you enough. I know that after doing a little bit of research of your district, it's bittersweet that your superintendent is leaving. Congratulations to you to get closer to your family. We know how many hours we all put in, and that commute does add up quickly. And so I know it's bittersweet. And so finding the next candidate is really important. And I think the one thing that McPherson and Jacobson does so well is they find the right fit, because you can be a great leader and you can be perfect in every way, but if you are not with the right board and the right governance team that also has your same vision, it's not going to work. It's also a match with your community. The minute the community struggles, then the board struggles and superintendent struggles. And so I think these statistics are really important to really focus in on, as really around the retention rates, because the current retention rate for superintendents coming in is 1 year and 7 months. And it's getting less by the day. I actually think it's down to 1.2 right now, because it's a hard seat to sit in. It's why so many people are leaving the seat. It's just a really hard place to sit. And so as politics change and our society changes and social media changes and people get to do and say what they want online, as you all experience every day in your seats, I think this speaks very highly to really finding the right candidate. And sometimes those candidates will come with a plethora of experience, and sometimes they might be a new sitting superintendent that is really eager. So it's really up for us to help you define that and your community define that, so that we can then move forward.
If I may jump in here, Tori, really want you to focus on the numbers here. You know,
Yeah.
80% of the folks that we placed, there's nothing more disruptive than changing superintendents in a district. And we pride ourselves on how long folks stay in the position, and that's what we work towards. Good thing.
I'm just going to do a really brief overview, because Dan's going to go into the process a little deeper in just a second. But there's 3 things that happen, some of it simultaneously and some of it very strategically. So the first part of it is really listening to the board and the community and staff and really finding out what it is that they want. Now, often the lists all look, Dan and I talked about this today, the lists often look really similar. So I think it's really important for us to tease that out and find some real strong identifiers that are different than the general list that boards put out for superintendents. Everybody wants somebody that's communicative. Everybody wants somebody who's transparent. So let's move away from those and really hone in on, but what makes this district this district? What is it that's super important here? So while we're doing that, the recruitment process is really important. I think having those connectors out into across the state. I've been in Northern California my entire career. So just having those people to contact that once we have that list would maybe be a good fit, and really encouraging them to apply is really important. So going through that selection process and the screening process and the recruitment process simultaneously. And then some of the things that we just have identified just by the research that we've done about your district is really, your academic scores are fantastic here. So the work you're doing academically is great. Your biggest gap is in your special education world, with a little bit of your EL, but mostly in special ed, which every district's in that same boat. But your general academic scores are fantastic. So making sure that work is continued with somebody who has that, can navigate that. Some of your struggles right now that we saw, navigating your enrollment decline. Welcome to California. Welcome to the Bay Area, especially this area where it's a challenge. And then you have your facility issues that we read about, where you start to mention it and the community is in uproar over closing a school, reconfiguration. It's extremely painful. I've done it. I've closed a school, and I will tell you, it is painful. But really right sizing the district financially is going to be key for that $5 million built-in deficit that you currently have. Finding somebody who understands that is going to be really important, so that you can do it slowly and you don't have to do massive layoffs. You can do it through attrition and some of those pieces. But it's going to be really important to find somebody who understands that and can see it 3 years out and 5 years out, so you can slowly, gradually, as a board, come up with that plan. You have a very engaged community. So they need, leadership associate said it as well, and I'll back them up on that. It's not what people say, it's how they feel about what they said. So do they feel like they were heard is really most important. And then really just being authentic with the community. And I don't think a lot of people also talk about the staff. The staff, especially the immediate staff to the superintendent, are the ones that are impacted the most immediately when you've worked with the same boss for 6 years. And it sounds like it's gone very well here. That's a challenge for staff. And so just making sure that you hear them. They know the good, the bad, and the ugly of every day that happens in the office. And so I think making sure that that voice is heard as well, so that because they're often the most quiet voice. And so we kind of forget about them.
So there are 5 phases that we would bring you through as we did the superintendent search itself. Now, as you listen to the different firms this evening, you're essentially going to hear a variation on a theme. What I'm hoping you look at are the nuances that perhaps we bring that somebody else doesn't bring, or that we capitalize on more than somebody else. The first phase is we meet with you. If we were selected, we would be asking right away, when is the first time we can meet with you collectively? We need to set up timelines immediately. We need to start to identify the criteria that you want to address as we publicize the position. And who are the stakeholders you want involved? Because we go to phase 2 and we conduct a series of stakeholder meetings. We will give you a list of folks that other districts have said, here's who we want you to talk to. You add, you delete, what have you from that list, and then we set up meetings, some face-to-face, some on Zoom. And Zoom tends to be those who can't get to us any other way. We do the face-to-face, but we also do online. And the online version is the same questions that we ask face-to-face. This is usually a very revealing document to you as a board and to the applicants. The applicants wait for this report to come out because it tells them a lot about what people within the community and the district are really truly feeling about the work that you're doing, et cetera. For you as a board, it gives you some information as you bring in a new superintendent. Here's what we better focus on, and you set the goals around it. And when I get to phase 5, we'll talk about setting goals. But we do the stakeholder reports, and then we actively recruit. All of us, I belong to quite a few, and Tori belongs to several, but all of us, we essentially are connected to almost every association that happens in education. Now, by default, because we are a national company, you will get national exposure because you'll be on our website. The posting will be on our website as well as yours. So we bring in people nationally, and we do get applicants from across the globe and across the country as well. And we vet them just like we vet everybody else, but we're constantly recruiting. We don't necessarily have a pool that we always go to. There are certain folks that we know, okay, this is what Belmont-Redwood is looking for. You might fit, you might check this out, sort of thing. And so we're constantly recruiting and looking for the right people for you. So then what is happening behind the scenes, your consultants are vetting the different applicants. Now, you're probably well aware, and maybe you folks have done it yourselves as well. I know I have. When you fill out your application, the people you put on there for references aren't going to be the people that will throw you under the bus. So what we really do is, number one, we ask the candidate and we ask each of the references, who else might we talk to? As a group of consultants in California, we meet monthly. We share what search we're doing, and do you know anybody in any of these districts? And that gets us to another place. So we end up going off the map, in terms of the map being their application, to talk to people and really find out what's there. We search social media. I can't tell you how many times I've said to an applicant, so when were you going to tell me about that, let alone tell the board about it? Because all of a sudden we uncover something, and sometimes it's very innocent. It sounds worse than it is, but we don't want you suddenly to be surprised with anything. So we work very diligently on that. And then in phase 4 is the candidate selection. you will see, and we will talk to you about every application we receive. We will come to you with a list that these folks really don't fit. We don't, from our perspective. These are folks that you might want to consider, but this group really seems to align with who you are, what you want. And what we do is we have those folks create a video answering 3 questions that you get to see before you decide who you want to interview. So what we're trying to do again is getting you a sense before you meet them face to face, maybe so, maybe not, sort of thing. And so then we sit down, that's a 5-hour board meeting, I have to tell you, as we go through all of the applications, all of the applicants, and you decide who you want to interview. Because we come to you with a short list, we're not dictating to you, this is who you interview. We have the conversation, and we've had more than once where boards have said, nah, let's pull this one over here. After you've looked, because you will have seen the paperwork, et cetera, before we meet. Again, we work for you, and you will give us direction saying, yeah, I don't think we want to do that, or whatever, and we modify and adjust to your needs. So you're now selecting the candidate, you do the interviews, and there are several different ways to do the interview. Some school districts, the board exclusively does the interview. Some school districts have the board and a stakeholder group. And what we do is we run those interviews simultaneously. So on a single day, if I'm the candidate, I'll come and meet with you. When I'm done meeting with you, I go meet with the stakeholders group. And so we rotate them. The stakeholders group does not rank the candidates. We ask them to identify the strengths they got from the interview and what are areas you think this person needs to grow in. We bring all of that back to you and you go look through it and decide, okay, here's who we want to interview. Here's who we want to talk to. And then remember, by that point, you will have also seen their videos. And so from there, we set up the actual interviews. As I said, just last night, we finished a search. And in that particular community, they really engaged the students tremendously. If you were to watch any of their board meetings and the role that students play, first time I saw it, I went, whoa. We ended up with a student panel as well. So all the candidates, board, stakeholders, and the student. And again, if that's something that you're looking forward to, we're not done there. Once you've identified who you want, it's not over. We hang around with you for about 2 years and come back and work with the superintendent. I think I've run out of time, right? Okay. Okay. So those are the 5 phases. You want to step in real quick?
Yeah, the only other thing, I think you already all know this, is just really the importance of the governance team being the 6 of you. I think that sometimes gets lost in translation, and like Dan mentioned earlier, sometimes it's not always rainbows and unicorns, right? It can be tense in the boardroom, it can be tense behind closed doors, but really making sure that that governance team is on the same step and moving forward. Sometimes it's a couple steps back and forward to get where you want to get to, but really making sure that this piece aligns is, I think, extremely critical, especially in this day and age.
So maybe back to me?
Yep.
So here's, based on the response you have in front of you, this would be the cost. It would be all of those 5 phases, the time we as consultants spend in your district doing stakeholder reports, any expenses for us, which will primarily be mileage sort of thing. But those are the pieces that are there. We also have, as I mentioned, the stakeholder pieces. We use K-12 Insight and Innovate K-12, who analyzes the data and they'll really produce some exceptional reports. And with that, let's turn it over to questions.
Great. Follow up with that. Can you talk about these concurrent searches? How did your firm ensure school districts are not competition?
That's interesting because in the state of California, you have multiple firms doing searches. And so we don't always know, who's with another firm. We have a group of folks that we've talked to before and what have you, but that's not always the group of folks we go to every time. This last search, my colleague wasn't doing with Corey that time, but another colleague and we identified 20 people we had not seen before that we vetted, and several of them made it to the board to be considered. We worked really hard on that. We do not have a stable. And what's the second part to your question? Oh, okay, okay.
I can answer that because I more than recently went through from multiple firms. And I think what's really important is that some firms do, I will tell you from my experience being superintendent recently, some firms have stables of people that you are very connected as a superintendent to them. When they see something, they're going to call you. If you've been successful, they're going to be the first one that they reach out to you. The thing about McPherson and Jacobson is that, like Dan said, is it has to be about that fit. And that's why 80% of superintendents go and stay. Because it is about finding the fit instead of just finding somebody who's a really good leader. Just because you're a good leader does not mean you're a good fit in every single school district. Every district is very different. I have worked the rule of the rule is districts in this state, and I have worked inner city Bay Area, and they are very different. And you have to know your audience, you have to know your clientele, you have to know your staff, you have to know the challenges. Some people are chameleons in that way, and some people just aren't. And so really finding it and honing in, I think that slide about, I don't know, 5th or 6th down, I think is the one that I would highlight that makes us a little bit different.
In the last search, we had an applicant from the Bay Area here, a very big, large school district in the Bay Area. We were doing the search in Los Banos. It was not a match.
Yeah.
It was not a match.
Thank you. On your guarantee, one page said that you would research if the superintendent leaves for any reason. But then I think in another area, it says that it would only apply if they're terminated for cause. Could you clarify?
Sometimes it doesn't work. And you folks said, we've got to part ways now. And if it's within those first 2 years, we will come back, and the only expenses to you are essentially the expenses of the travel and the thing, that sort of thing. But if in case there's been a rocky relationship and you folks say, well, it's not working, we'll come back and do it again.
How, in general, how would you mitigate the challenges of a summer search? It seems like your timeline is about 12 weeks. Do you foresee anything specific with the summer and starting at this time frame that we should be aware of, or that you think we might have to mitigate or really think around?
It's a little more difficult. The hiring season is now coming to an end, the typical hiring season, because folks know about in January, I want to make a move, etc. Last summer at this time, starting at this time, I was starting the search. The only change that we asked the board to make, because they wanted the person, they didn't meet with us until the end of June. And they wanted the person to start on August 1st. And we said, maybe we need to rethink that. And we adjusted that time schedule. Because you want us to do the right thing for you. Sure. And so we've done searches in the summer. Depending on when you hope to get the person here, we may or may not need to talk to you about that.
And you're thinking about 12 weeks is a respectful.
Give it the 12 weeks.
Yeah, and I think the other really important piece is this, and in all the seats I've ever sat in as an administrator, I've always made it very clear to staff. If you go out and 6 people walk in to interview and you don't love one of them, you start over.
Mm-hmm.
You don't compromise a position at a high level leadership role. And I've said that time and time again as a superintendent sitting in there, even hiring principals, it matters. And so if you aren't super thrilled about it, then we go back out and we extend it, we repost it, and we go back through the process. Because again, it's most important that you find somebody that you can have for hopefully 6+ years. It takes 3 years for a superintendent to really get their feet under them in a solid way, just to know your community and your unions, all the things that come with it. And then if they can be there another 3 to 8 years longer, that's even better. And so I really want to emphasize that. The one thing I think too that Dan brought up are those videos, and I can tell you because I've done it a few times for McPherson and Jacobson on the videos. And what it is from the candidate side, they invite you to participate in this video thing. First time you do it, you think you're completely crazy. Because you're on your cell phone usually doing these videos, and you're like COVID, you're dressed from like here up on a Saturday, right? But they ask 2 or 3 questions that are really important. Somewhat kind of generic, but they have some depth to them. And you have 2 minutes, so you have to redo them about 25 times before you do bloopers. But I think it is important to know that, because before you even walk in and we schedule those interviews, you're usually either jazzed about a couple people or you're not, which is also helpful. And so I think that does give a board a little bit of an idea of what's out there. But again, if you go through the whole process, and depending on if you have stakeholder groups or not, which has other challenges that we could talk about later with confidentiality, but I think it's important to make sure that I wouldn't worry so much about the timeline as I would worry about finding the right fit long-term.
Absolutely.
In the number of searches I've done, we had one situation where the board hired us in September, wanted the person December 1st. We were on target in late November, I guess it was. We were presenting the applicants, the candidates to the board. Off of the short list, they identified 2 people, and he said, we want more than that. So what we did is we reopened the search, and we got into the typical hiring season. And so the candidate pool became even larger. But that's the sort of thing we will do if you say, not quite.
And this timeline's a little bit more typical. It's becoming more and more typical than what it used to be. It used to be a really kind of a stricter timeline for superintendents looking, but now it's a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think we anecdotally know of 4 superintendent searches that are happening in this
Yeah, it's
county.
far more
Jason.
common than it used to be this time of year.
One of the other questions I had was the percentage of applicants or potential candidates that are applying from out of state. And what, in your opinion, with the California context of Brown Act and just some of the nuances that maybe California has, do you feel like, what percentage, so my question is, what percentage is out of state that you typically bring into California versus not? And is that onboarding now having that longitudinal kind of view? Are they set up to be successful in this California context, or is it just challenging?
We don't get a whole lot of out of state, out of the country applicants. We typically in a search, and probably you're going to be an attractive district for applicants. And so I would suspect we'll probably end up with 7, 8 out of state folks. And what we vet them as well. We talk to them. We talk to every applicant.
And that's 7 or 8 probably out of 35.
Right.
I would say the average superintendency right now pulls in 35 to 40 applications, of which a third of them don't qualify. Honestly, they're at a lower level. They're just tossing their hat out there.
And that's part of when we have that initial conversation, that's part of, because finances is such a big deal here in California, what do you know about California finance? If they don't even know, when you say, do you know anything about LCAP? Tell me, what is that? Well, that sends a message.
Or do you know that they're a basic aid district? A lot of people don't know what basic aid is.
Yeah.
I was in a district where we flip-flopped in and out of basic aid every other year. That's the only reason I know about it, right? And so if you're in it, you're in it, but when you flip it in and out, so if they don't know that, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be somebody that we're probably going to have a conversation with around. May not be the right fit.
This last search, we had one person we ultimately brought to the board to consider out of the ones that applied from out of state.
Yep. Any final question? Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Very-
Nice to meet all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
good luck.
luck in your search.
Yeah.
This is
Thank
an
you.
important one for you, and whoever you select, I just hope you get the right person for you.
Thank you very much.
100%. Thank you. Have a good night.
That's gonna walk off with your clicker.
Um,
All right, good evening, everyone, and I hate to say take two, right? But I have confirmation that Van is on Zoom from Van. And if he is not, I'm going to move forward.
I am on Zoom.
So-
Thank you.
Hi, Van, perfect. So I am Maya Woods Cadiz, and I'm so pleased to be standing in front of you this evening. I also served as a superintendent for the past 11 years and just recently have stopped being a superintendent. So thank you. You can tell the gray hair sometimes attributed to that, right? So I've sat in the chair that you're about to fill, and our numbers and demographics were very similar to the seat that you're trying to fill now. I know the weight of the position, and working so closely with my board, I had a really good view into what that looks like. So Van is going to do an introduction of himself. Go ahead, Van. There you
Sure.
are.
Thank you, Mount. Trustees, thank you so much. I was hanging out on your YouTube live link and realized that was not the right link.
Ah.
Thank you for having me tonight. Just to honor the board's time. I administratively, I grew up just to the north of you all in the Millbrae School District, spent about 12 years there at every single administrative position to include the last 5 years from 15 to 2020 as the superintendent. I'm not sure if any of you were on the board at that time, but my buddy was Dr. Michael Milliken, who served as your superintendent prior to your current superintendent. I'm excited to have this opportunity. I'm still connected to the San Mateo community, and it would be an honor to serve you all in finding your next superintendent.
So as you can see, you have two leaders who have experience running districts in the state of California. In addition to that, you have Hazard Young Natia, which is a national team. And it's a national team that partners with universities to train superintendents to make sure that there is quality education. So whoever you would choose as your superintendent has a lot of support, not just in the state level, but nationally. One thing that matters, this is your search, right? And yes, here you go. This is your search. We're here to partner with you, to walk beside you, and to connect with whatever it is you and your community needs. I'm local. I'm about at the most an hour away. I'm a Bay Area native, and as well as Van being a native. So we're very familiar with this area. We're both familiar with large districts, but we're also familiar with small districts and the K-8 context. So we really are here to support you and partner with you. So understanding your stakeholders' views and insights, selecting a leader that meets your expectations, and demonstrating board leadership for the school community is really important. I heard the question twice, and I actually want to address it directly right now. What does that look like when it's summer? Kids are out, people are in Hawaii or Disneyland or wherever it is they go. Well, you all also have community-based organizations and partners. And so, in addition to doing Zoom, in addition to working with you and creating space, you have a lot of partners in the city, in your connecting cities, that we can sit down and say, this is what we're trying to do. Yes, summertime is thin, but people are still here. And so you have to, when you're in a unique situation, you've got to have unique solutions. So that is one of the things that we would commit to do over the summer. So having us serve as California superintendents, I can make three promises. First of all, that I'll be present. As I said, I can get here in about an hour. Maya, this is going on XYZ Elemental P. Don't worry, I'll be there. I am the person that you'll be connecting with. Van is an air flight away, and we talk all the time. But if you need someone on the ground, I'm here. That's my commitment. Another commitment is that I'll be at the meetings that matter. And you're saying all meetings matter. And they do. But there are some meetings that you're really going to want me in the room. And there's some meetings where you're not going to want me in the room because you need to meet together as a board, a governance team. I'll be there. The next commitment is that every finalist will be interviewed and ranked because sometimes there are some untraditional folks that you're going to want to put your eyes on, right? So I'm not going to gatekeep. We have people we can reach out to, but we don't have and I hate to use this word stall, right? But this group of folks that we're just recycling through. No, we want the best fit for your district. And my goal is not a placement, but my goal is to have a superintendent that stays. I stayed in my superintendency 11 years. I'm a unicorn, right? But I really enjoyed it. I loved my district. We got so close, our families and our children, and I knew them. A district your size needs someone that's going to be present. Yes, you need an executive, but you need a present executive. And I understand what that looks like. So you've met our team. We've talked about who we are. Let's talk about our firm. Our firm has been around for 35 years. We've done 2,000 searches, 80 searches per year, 130 nationwide associates, 35% people of color, 49% women. You all can read all the stats, but we are deep about research. We are deep about looking at the right fit, and that means we have to look at a broad plethora of people. And we have a full-time back office. I got to tell you, without Ellen in our back office, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. And she is there. We were communicating this weekend. We were communicating early this morning. So if you need someone, we have it. We have IT people. So you have a great IT team, which I was able to connect with. But we also have our IT people. And one of the things that you're going to hear about briefly, it's in the presentation, is a dashboard. Because you all and your stakeholders should be able to go to one place and say, what's the status of the search? But we have our IT staff also that supports us. National and state university partnerships. When I was, the way that I heard about or connected with the HYA, when I was a superintendent, I did my superintendency program in addition to AXA through HYA at Howard University in DC. I was in California when I did it, but I got to meet superintendents around the whole country, right? We have that type of reach. So what we know about Belmont, well, you all have 3,900 roughly students, and that's a great community. There are superintendents that dream about having a district that size and being able to, right? Yes, being able to connect and reach and know your families. You are basic aid funded by local property taxes with 292 parcel tax for 20 years. So you have that funding. Now, those numbers might be a little bit off, right? Because numbers flow like this, especially right now in California. Your planned multi-year reserve drawdown personnel is about 80 to 83% of spending. So that means you invest in your people. And you need a superintendent that understands that and values that and holds that with you. Your enrollment projected is down about 290 students with the rest of California. But let me tell you what I always hear. I always hear districts go, well, that's the way it is. We're just down. That is. However, where's the opportunity in that? You need a superintendent that says, okay, we're down numbers, but where's that opportunity? How do we bring in other families? How do we support the families we have more so that we are becoming more and more appealing to those around us? That's the kind of person I want to find for you. 6 years of steady leadership closing in June. The next leader honors it and carries it forward. The leader we bring in needs to understand the succession plan and to meet with your superintendent and to meet with you. And when I became a superintendent, I used the phrase, and they made fun of me a lot, the baby and the bathwater. They've got to understand where that baby is. Some bathwater may need to be drained, but we can't get rid of the baby. That's the kind of person I want to find for you. So our leadership profile draft, well, they've got to have, first of all, they need to be, first of all, a strong fiscal steward, right? We know the numbers drive what can happen and what can't happen. It doesn't mean we don't go out and try to find additional funding, but numbers are numbers. A good communicator and listener. You all represent your constituents. They talk to you, they talk about what they need, and you hold that superintendent accountable. But they've got to be able to talk with people and to hear them and to hear you. An educator at heart, especially in a TK 8 district. The superintendent of your size district with your structure has to be an educator. They have to be out there in the schools. They have to understand what's happening, what's not happening, why, and to be able to encourage and lead people. They have to see the mountain, but see over the mountain, and they have to have an educator's lens when they do that. That's the kind of person I want to find for you. And a long-term partner. The last superintendent stayed 11 years. I stayed 11 years. I stayed 11 years because I believed in the work that I was doing, and I made that connection with my families, my community. And we were small like this district. And I stayed there because I knew I was doing good work, right? You don't want to go through this process over and over again. It's great that if it doesn't work out, someone can come back in 2 years. But let's really do the work so that's not the reality. So, Van, I'm going to lean a bit more on you if there's questions about our recent searches. But Dry Creek Joint Elementary in Roseville, which isn't that far from here, a Rialto, TK 12, Santa Clara Unified, which is also close, Roseville more towards Sacramento, but still close, Paris Union High, Mesa Public Schools. Anything you want to say about those, Van, before I move on?
Maya, the only thing is we are consistent with our process, and what differentiates is the community. And so we have a research process that I know Maya will get into in terms of our signature search processes. But although the different districts, our process belongs the same, and we share that information because all these searches were very successful.
So what is our signature program? Now, first of all, I want you to think about this like a house, right? These are things that you need in your house. So we talked about your community-based organizations or other partners. So first of all, engaging. Now, you're going to see a timeline that has specific weeks, but yours may look very different. This is just typically what we've done. What I heard from sitting there is you all want to move kind of aggressively. You're looking at potentially November, December, right? So think of this in the context of your timeline. Engaging and finding out what is it that you, your constituents, your partners, the leaders, the parents, and so forth are looking for in the next leader. Then recruit. As I said, we're national. We have a broad reach. But I also, and Van also has connections in the state of California. I sat on the board of CASA. I'm very active with AXA. CALSA is another connection that I have, right? There are ways that we can go out, and we still go out, and I still, because I am fresh, I guess, fresh out of the field, I still have my connections. So once we know what you're looking for, it's easier for us to find someone that's going to meet that need. Selecting. We're going to work with you all to look at the resumes. But first of all, we're going to do some vetting. We're going to call that person. And one of the questions that we'll ask, and it was something I heard, is, are you in any other searches at this time? Because it is good to know. Maybe they are. Maybe they live in LA and they're in the search in LA, but they're just throwing their hat in a ring over here, right? We owe it to you to really get a complete understanding of who that person is. The next thing is we're going to do a social media search, and we're going to see what comes up. And I'll ask first, is there anything that I should be aware of? And if they say no, and then I have all this great stuff, well, I'm not going to put them in front of you, because to me, that's an integrity issue. So we're going to vet, then give you the profiles, give your community partners or whoever it is that you want to have engaged in your search profiles, We will narrow it down. And if everyone we give to you is not fitting your need, then we go right back and do it again and we get a better understanding and we refine our search. And then transition. So we don't just say, well, here you go. Good luck, right? No, we actually have a program embedded in which we will do mentoring and support and training of that person. And, even if they're a California person and they say, oh, I completely understand LCAP and funding and bonds, and I completely get the Brown Act, that might not be true. And so we're there to give that support to them, but also to give the support to you. Because building that relationship with the new superintendent is really a tricky dance, right? And as you said, there are 5 chairs that are going to turn over, and hopefully we'll be looking at, some very familiar faces, but it's a tricky dance. And so we help you build that relationship. It's almost like, if you, those of you who are married, when you first get married, you love the person, but you never really got to know them until you shared a bathroom, right? So we'll help you with that. Successful community engagement, first it starts with the board strategic plan. What is it that you put in writing that you said you wanted to achieve? Board interviews, meeting with you individually and as a group. Focus groups, community forums, stakeholder surveys, and really disaggregating that data to find out what are the desired characteristics that you all are saying you want in your next leader. So how do we facilitate it? Versatile meeting formats, face-to-face, Zoom, going to other locations if need be, especially in the summer, email feedbacks, flexible meeting times. Some people are only want to meet in the morning. Some people want to come the midday or afternoon or evening. So having those options available. Diverse, inclusive. So seek to reach all community members, and that's where the community-based organizations come in, because what I have found, I had to do some work with revamping teacher evaluations. And as you know, that's a kind of a tricky conversation. You've got to have people at the table that you normally wouldn't have, and maybe people at the table that, you may not agree with their way, but the goal is the same. And that's the same thing we're going to be looking at when we're trying to get different profiles. And potential focus groups, of course, your parents, that's really important, students and families, certified staff, so those who are going to be working directly under this person, your associate soups, your principals, and so forth, administrators, Redwood Shores employees, because you have your various organizations that they're represented, and they all want to have a say, and they should, right? They're going to be connected with this person, and your parent organizations and civic groups. So our recruitment phase, as I said, national reach, local focus, that equals more candidates that are qualified to meet your need, right? So, of course, as I said, we'll check references, but as was said, hey, no one's going to put down a reference of someone that, oh no, don't hire them, they're horrible, right? No one does that. Yes, we do ask, is there anybody else? But we'll often just kind of ask, well, do you know so-and-so? They worked in your organization. Give us some feedback on them, because you really want to have a full picture of this person. News and social media is what I talked about before, confidential reference checks, what I just alluded to there, formal third-party investigation of backgrounds and checks, and interested candidates under contract. So one of our questions is, are you under contract with any other district, right? And yes, most districts will say they've got a great opportunity, let's let them go, but that's something we've got to dig deeper into, because nothing worse, you ever go house shopping and you absolutely love the house and then someone else buys it, right? Nothing worse than falling in love with a candidate who's just not available. Non-traditional candidates follow the same process. You might say, you know what, we heard there's this awesome principal who we think is ready for the superintendency. If you're telling me that as a board and that's what you want, I might advise you and say, well, think about that carefully, but I'm not going to say, well, no, because it's not my search, it's your search. But that person's going to go through the same vetting as anyone else. Okay. And then, of course, behavioral assessments, because you want someone to be a good fit. You want them to be a good teammate. You want them to be a good family member and community member. Okay. So, identifying the right leader, and we've talked about that, making the applications accessible, screening, making sure there's a tiered slate, those non-traditional, the superintendents who have been successful and they have similar districts and connected values, they're your tier one. Your tier two are you like your associate soups and things such as that. Your tier three is your non-traditional candidate. If you want to look at a tier three, I'll support you, but I'm going to be a thought partner with you and find out what is it that this tier three can bring to you. I'm probably running out of time soon. 10 minutes? Okay. So the long and short of this is that we will do our due diligence and we will work with you as a board and we'll help you come together and do your workshops and really come out with some good work. We'll do case study assessments, of course, and we will do engagements and getting feedback from the people at the engagement. We talked about, setting your leaders up for a long-term success. Supporting them with a 100-day plan is really important. You've got to understand what they're going to do when they come in. They've got to understand what they're going to do. Evaluation process, all the supports that you need as a board. And so this draft timeline does go from June to July, but I'm hearing that you want it to be more aggressive. But the steps will still say pretty much the same because you all are owed that process. Yeah. And pricing structure. Yes, we are more than the other two, but we bring a level of quality and experience. And I'm not saying that they don't have it as well, but a personal touch. I know what it's like to lead in a district like your district. And I know what it's like to make sure that whoever we're bringing in the house is going to be a great housemate. And that's tied into our work. Community surveys, 6 months of Hazard Young and Atia Transition Academy included. That's something that, most people would pay a hefty penny for, but it's included. 1-year placement guarantee at no added consulting fee. If that person doesn't make it for a year, we come in and do this again for you without a consulting fee. Price match on any comparable competitive bid. If you look at my bid, our bid, and you look at the bid of my colleagues that were just here and you said, you know what, this looks pretty much the same, would you price match? Yes, we do. Okay. Travel and background checks reimbursed at cost. And when I'm traveling, I need to eat, but I pay for my own food. Okay. I like good food. All right. Any questions?
Thank you again, and thank you, Van, for doing that online. One of the things looking through your proposal, I had a specific question.
Mhm.
Is you didn't list any specific unsuccessful searches like the RFP in the past 5 years. I guess that was a request by us.
Mhm.
But you did have something interesting around specific lessons they have informed your practice. Can you kind of share a little bit about what specific lessons have informed your practice to make our super search a successful one? So what have you learned from those unsuccessful ones
Mhm.
that could be critical, maybe save us time or just to be aware of as we start our search?
Absolutely. So I'm going to start off and I'm going to add some things in advance. I'm going to hand it over to you. One of the major things is, I think, the point that I keep driving home tonight. We got to make it personal. It is not, a superintendent is a very important role, right? An engineer is an engineer, but an engineer isn't just an engineer. There are nuances, even more so with the leader of your organization that serves children and families. So I think that's a learned lesson, is to really make it more personal to the search that we're doing. And Van, do you want to jump in?
Absolutely. Certainly, many factors play a part in the success of our searches, but I will say that the one lesson that I hold really close to my heart is HYA has developed those signature phases for a reason. And many of the timeline pieces that you see are part of engagement. The responsibility of the board for this particular search, you are hiring your top executive for the district. And when a firm is selected and the process starts, everyone wants to be a part of the process. As a matter of fact, some community members will want to tell the board who to hire. And so a lesson learned from my own personal experience was when a board decided not to hold as many sessions as we were recommending. And you know, to honor the board's desire and the wish, we said, okay, we will shorten our engagement process, not necessarily by the time, but the number of constituents that we spoke to, because the board wanted to not only fast pace, but did not want us to hold so many community member groups. And so if I had to do that search all over again, I will have to say it still was a successful search, but there were a lot of political conversations around folks not being a part of. And so if I had to do that search again, the lesson learned was to push back just a little bit, to say, you know, there is a reason why we want to meet with at least 25 to 30 constituent groups, so that at least folks have that opportunity to share, because this process is a very engaging process that everyone wants. They want to see who their new leader is. They want to be a part of that conversation. And so I would say that to hold true to our signature phase processes.
I guess to piggyback on that, thank you. That was a good point. Can you talk a little bit more about your approach to board dynamics,
Mhm.
and specifically, like, how do you balance your advice and guidance to the board, but also respectfully keep them on track? I don't think our board included is always perfect with staying on track.
Mhm.
We do our best. So can you kind of, but we're looking to you for not only for advice, but also, like you were talking about, the non-traditional. Not saying that's going to occur, but can you talk a little bit about that balance?
Absolutely. So first of all, there's something to be said about everyone being on the same page and understanding. That's why the dashboard is so important. There's got to be a place that everyone can go to and see and know the same thing. Even with that, there's going to be some abnormalities, right? And we may say we are going to have X, Y, Z, and I need this from you guys on this date, and then that date passes. I'm a strong believer in project management tools, and I'm a strong believer in nagging, but respectfully nagging, to help you stay on track. There may be, you may go for that tier 3, right? And here's the thing. If there is something about that tier 3 non-traditional candidate that has really caught your eye, then let's look at them. But let's then do an honest SWOT and say, what are their strengths, weaknesses? What is the opportunity in this candidate? What are some of the threats there? And then let's make a plan of mitigation. Let's set them up for success. Let's set you up for success. So what does it look like? It looks like really making sure that we have a common place to go to and understand. It looks like having a accountability piece to it, but also understanding that we're sitting together for the role that is the most important role in your district. And so we're going to come together and talk about what's going to work and why. And if you are sold on the what, then let's work together on the how.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was especially interested in the community portal, and just wanted to know if you could give us some more information on that, and like maybe how many districts you've used that with or for searches? And what kind of feedback you've gotten from the community? Because it seems like something that our community might be interested in.
Absolutely. So this is something actually that's fairly new, but it's modeled after multiple dashboards. The state of California has a dashboard, various districts have a dashboard. So the model itself isn't new. It is a dashboard that I work with your tech department to make sure is present on your website, and you all can go to it, your community can go to it. It has some very clear targets and visuals. I also believe in communicating things at a fifth grade level, quite frankly. And that's not a pejorative to anybody in your community, but there's a vast level of understanding. So how do we communicate things in a way that's as clear as possible? It's there, it's visual. I work with your tech team so that it's prominent. So anyone that wants to know clicks onto it. And it's modeled after dashboards that have been used for, I would say decades, but at least over 1 decade, right? And so it's a successful model and a tool that I'm hoping more people will actually use.
Did you, we're nearing the end of the time, but we'll take two.
Hi, my one question was, I know you're relatively new to this role. How many superintendents have you placed?
So I personally or HYA? Me
You,
personally.
you.
So actually, I have not. I placed myself, but
Mhm.
I have worked with superintendents and I understand the role extensively. I am fairly new to HYA, which is why I partner with Van. And Van, if you want to talk about your experience.
Absolutely. I personally placed, I want to rephrase that word. I've personally supported a board in the selection process of a superintendent in the last year, 4. So very close to the scene. As I mentioned earlier, different lessons with different community groups, but we stay true to our signature process. And we always go back to that particular piece in all of our searches, and that's what has guided us.
Mhm. Yes. So while this is my first cake, I know the recipe really well.
I have 2 simple ones. You answered us already, I think, about like what might be important over the summer.
Mhm.
I guess I think that's for you. Has HYA run a search on this timeline recently?
I know that we have done searches on this timeline. Van, do you know if, what is the most recent that we've
The
done? I
most
know
recent,
Chicago. Mhm.
correct. The most recent, this is a long, the timeline itself to have somebody place for a January 1st, if I hear the board correctly. I recently did a search for Indian Prairie School District. We began at this very same moment. At this very same moment in terms of meeting with the board in late June, early July, and we had a longer runway. Um, Although we named the superintendent in December, the board and the 2 agreed to have them start the following year. And so I can't speak to folks who would choose to leave their specific contracts. There's some things that the board would need to consider. However, the process itself, we had a really great pool of applicants. We met our benchmark of 35 plus applicants with a diverse pool. And at that moment and at that time, people thought they were going to start in January. So I believe that the board, if the desire is to start January 1st or even name the superintendent in December, it is doable. It is doable.
Yes.
Thank you. Then you said new for the dashboard, like
Yes,
1 month, 1 year, like how new?
about a month or less. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, but it is modeled after dashboards that have worked forever.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you both for
Mm.
good presentation. We thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So. yeah. Okay, great. We'll give it 1 second. So they're ready. Okay. All three, Hank, Kathleen, and okay. Where is Hank? Kathleen. I want to welcome the three representatives from Human Capital Enterprises. Thank you for joining us, Hank, Kathleen, and Luann.
Thank you. Are you ready for us to start? And thank you so much for having us.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. And it looks like Kirsten, you're going to flip the slides. Is that right? Okay. And I'll just say next if it's not automatically obvious. Board, thank you so much. We are so honored to be with you tonight to present to you for the first part and maybe more important to engage with you and learn about you and hear your questions to see whether we are the right partner for you in this very important transition. My name is Hank Harris. As you can see, I lead Human Capital Enterprises, and I'm with two absolutely extraordinary search consultants, leaders, educators, former superintendents. Let me invite Kathleen Rodden-Norden and Luann Carlomagno to introduce themselves. Kathleen?
Certainly. Well, again, thank you so much for having us this evening. And I am delighted to be here. As Hank said, my name is Kathleen Rodden-Nord. And just very briefly, I've been with Human Capital Enterprises since 2020 and have been involved with I don't know how many superintendent searches, but I would think somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 or more. I'll do a count at some point and verify that. But 33 years in public education. The last 18 of those I spent as superintendent of a mid-sized district in the Willamette Valley in Oregon. Again, pleasure to be here and looking forward to, as Hank said, learning more about you and sharing more about us.
Thanks, Kathleen. Luann?
Great. Hi, everyone. Wonderful to be here. And just to share a little bit about myself, I have been in education about 36 years, a superintendent for 14 years, and my last superintendency was in Hillsborough. So a neighbor with all of you, of course. And I was just reflecting as I was getting online that I actually spent quite a bit of time in your district when I was doing my doctoral dissertation about superintendencies and trust with leadership. So that just came to mind when I was doing this. And I've engaged with Human Capital Enterprises with a superintendent search that just was completed successfully in Petaluma City Schools and really had an opportunity to learn about the firm. It was the first time I worked with Hank and his team, and it was fantastic. And Petaluma ended up with a just extraordinary superintendent that a late search similar to what is happening here. And just a pleasure to be with the company that is much different than any other search firm that I had interacted with, and really pleased to be a part of the team. So thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Luann. Appreciate it. Let's go to the next slide. I'm not going to read that to you, but I'll ask you to look at it. This is what we think we know, Belmont-Redwood Shores trustees. We're only beginning to learn about your district. We know a little bit about it. We've researched it a bit. We are hoping to have the opportunity to get to know it so much better. And I should say also that, and I think you might know that it was my intention to be with you in person tonight. And I so appreciate the opportunity to participate with the team virtually, even though that wasn't our first choice. But life as it is has me not with you in the boardroom tonight. We are ready to be there in person with you as soon as a few days hence, and we would love the opportunity to do that. And in so doing, we'll know more about you and what drives you and what the opportunities are and why Belmont-Redwood Shores would be such a phenomenal place for somebody to pack their bags and move to Belmont-Redwood Shores if they don't already live in the neighborhood to be your next leader. We are excited to learn about you. This is what we think we know. And so when we meet you in person, maybe you'll check in with us and say whether we were right or wrong in our initial research. If we go to the next slide, what we'd like to do, because we want to really keep most of the time for the Q&A, what we'll do in our presentation is share a bit, not so much about our process as it is, because you have our proposal. You probably have read at least pieces of it or maybe all of it about how we do our work. But we would like to, recognizing you have 4 very experienced and very high quality firms to interview this evening, our sense of what makes us different, and perhaps that matches and aligns with your values about what you might be looking for a firm, for a partner firm. And so these 6 items, we'll talk about each of them over the next few minutes. We believe we have a success rate of hiring and longevity that is really second to none. We have a commitment to both the craftsmanship of superintendent leadership and HR leadership, and in virtually every search, we bring both of them together. As I stated earlier, I'm with 2 extraordinary leaders who have spent many years in the superintendency. I come from the HR background. I've led many board searches, but my work in K-12 was as an executive director of human resources. And we think bringing both of those together is actually a critical ingredient in our success. The third one is that we handle the work and you focus on the decisions. It's a high value to us that you as a board and also your staff are not caught in the minutia and the clerical and the busy work of a search, because there's a lot of that too. But you're hiring a partner firm, and therefore your staff ought not to be concerned that they themselves will have to be running the search. That's why you're bringing us on board. And so we have a commitment to minimal staff interruption. And we're very clear at the outset, those few points of time where that's where we will need to rely on staff. So there's no surprises. You're going to see a process that we hear accolades for that is meticulous and seamless, that we will be your high touch. That means easily accessible, trusted advisors. We only have people on the team that are tied to their phone. So that might not always be the best for work-life balance, but you will not be waiting hours. You will probably not even be waiting an hour for a response if you need one at any given time. We are high-touch, trusted advisors. We pride ourselves on extraordinary communication and accessibility. And lastly, and we'll talk about this too, is we take pains to ensure that the candidates that apply for your job, that put themselves out there, are well treated and well nurtured. They are not coached by us. We do not coach. We are very careful not to coach, but we nurture like nobody else. And one of the reasons why we do that is because at the end of the day, only one person is going to be the successful candidate. And every other candidate, we want them to leave and have the best sense of your district. We as your consultant team are a reflection on you. Those folks will know other people, and over the course of their careers, they'll bump into people that want to apply for a job in your district. And we want our candidates to say for the rest of their careers, you can't do better than apply for a job at BRSSD. It's an extraordinary place. So let's talk in a few minutes about each of these. Let's go to that next slide. Thank you, Kirsten. These numbers are our numbers from the, starting in the fall of the 2025-26 year, these are our numbers, which is 114 completed searches over 14 years of search experience. So we are not a national firm with thousands of searches. We're not built that way. We're built as a smaller entity where we as a team, and at any given time, there's really about 5 or 6 associates. So you're almost looking at half the team. Maybe it's 7 sometimes. We work really closely together, and I, as the full-time employee of the firm, am involved in every single search we do. So in those 14 years of 114 searches, we have a 96% longevity rate. So what does that mean? So how do we get that number? Well, since 2020, up to the beginning of this calendar year, we placed 28 superintendents, and 27 of those 28 superintendents are still, as of September 2025, in the job or served at least 4 years. In other words, only one of them didn't serve 4 years, 27 out of 28. That, in our estimation, is a pretty high metric and one we're really proud of. We have never had a search fail. You've asked about 5 years, so we said no, but we've actually never had a failed search in the history of our firm. And we've never had a failed superintendency. And we count that as if a superintendent who has not made it to the year 2. Now, the truth of the matter is we want superintendents to last a lot longer than 2 years. But if we were to say that a 2-year mark is a failure, we've never had a superintendent not make 2 years. And in fact, the only one who didn't, when I said 27 out of 28, the only one who didn't is actually a really stellar superintendent who was hired by a board. And then midway through, I think the second year, there was a board election, and a very different board with a very different set of values came on. And so there was a separation. But in our opinion, that wasn't a performance issue. That was a board change. So we are very proud of our record for superintendent longevity. And I think as we go to the next slide, here are some of the reasons why. I talked a little bit before about this, but We see that the work of the superintendent and the work of human resources are connected and different. And a very strong superintendent search requires moments where you have leadership that really understands the complexity of running a complex organization based on instructional leadership and operations that support it. And there's also moments of time in a superintendent search where it's all about the process and recruitment and ethics and fairness and statute. And both of those skill sets are really important. And every search has moments of unpredictability. There are a lot of balls in the air in a superintendent search. It is a high stakes enterprise. Having both folks in your team makes a significant difference. As you see from the marks, I'm with two great superintendents who have spent many years doing this work. I spent 7 years as an HR leader in Portland Public Schools and Bellingham, Washington schools, and also a small district out of Portland called Canby. So that was my work, that's their work, and I think that that is an essential ingredient in why we are successful with our searches. Let's go to the next slide. I spoke a little bit about this before, but I want to accentuate the very bottom right-hand part of the screen, the minimal burden to staff. Your staff is working hard enough. If you wanted to do in-house, you would do in-house, but you're wise enough to realize you're not going to do an in-house search. There's too much work to put on a skeletal staff that's working already more hours than they should, right? And so I'll tell you, I think I have a minute to tell a quick little story. I was doing a search up in Washington State just about a year ago, and I went for their planning meeting, which is the kickoff meeting. And prior to that meeting, I was sitting with the executive team, and the HR director said to me, "Hey, Hank, don't worry. I have blocked out the next 2 months. I am your man. I've got my calendar clear. I'm here for you." He had been in 2 superintendent searches with other firms prior. And from those experiences, it was his expectation that he needed to clear his plate so that he could help run the search. And I looked at him and I said, "You're awesome. And your job over the next 2 months is to run your HR department and make sure it's doing extraordinary work in these difficult times with talent and performance management and compliance. You do not have to worry about this search." And his eyes opened wide, like, "What?" And at the end of the search, he said to me, "I can't believe it. I didn't have to do anything." And I said, "Well, that's because your board hired a firm to do that." So that's a deep value. And I'm not sure that always works. And I can't speak to other firms, but I know that's not always the case. And in our case, it is. And I want your staff to rest assured that, but for the times that we indicated in the proposal, which are finite, your staff is not going to be expected to be sending invitations to candidates or writing interview questions. That is our work. I'm going to go through the next 2 slides quickly because I'd love to get to the Q&A. We've talked about these 3 pieces are also kind of on that overview about a meticulous, a principled search, transparent, precise communication, and how we treat candidates as a reflection of the BRSSD boarding community. I think I already spoke to that earlier, so I won't reiterate that. Let's go to that next slide, which is just a reaffirmation of what we think sets us apart. And I think we're ready. Board, thank you for engaging with us and letting me share. And we'd love to hear the questions that you have for us.
Thank you, Hank and team. We appreciate it. I'll start off with looking through your proposal and calling references. And again, we appreciate you making those available to us. So as new to the California market, I'll kind of just, hopefully this is not a curveball, but as new to the California market, it sounds like you've done Los Gatos and Petaluma, correct? So can you talk about your learnings with the Brown Act and how you kind of will approach it for our search and the overall uniqueness of California and the context of what happens in California if BRSSD is your client?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for that question. So, when we got our first California search earlier this year, this was a significant question. And I spoke about the fact that I actually not only live in California, had been a California school administrator in the Santa Monica Malibu school district. And that was 2 decades ago. So, there might be a question of how much I remember, how much legislation has changed. And I will say that now working really in 4 states at this point, we've worked in other states too, but primarily Oregon, Washington, California now, and Vermont. Each state has their own public records set of statutes and laws, and they're largely similar, and there's also differences. So we learned some things so one thing, this is just maybe very much in the weeds, but the fact that we use the term executive session, and in California, you don't use the term executive session. Sometimes there's a nomenclature piece. In California, you have specific laws in the Brown Act, for instance, with respect to the date that you can actually announce or vote on a superintendent contract, which is a uniquely California thing. So there are pieces and there are nuances to the Brown Act that are different from other states that we've worked in. Some of that we learned. We have Luann on our team who knows the Brown Act as well as anybody. But I think the general notion of how transparency works with respect to public records, whether those are meetings themselves or the documents associated with them, the laws about posting. In some states, they need to be 48 hours. In some states, they need to be 24 hours. It depends if it's a special meeting or a regular meeting. In California, you cannot just decide you're having a new meeting without a new regular meeting, whereas in other states, it's much more flexible. So we've become to be, I think, familiar on a really intimate level with the Brown Act, but I think we walk into this with real clarity around the general principles around what boards need to do in public space versus what they might be allowed to do out in closed session. The challenges and the idiosyncrasies around text message meetings, for instance. To what extent can boards be involved in a text message thread? Can they not? It looks different from state to state. I think we've wrapped up on some of our detail work. I think big picture wise, we walk into this with pretty good clarity around how the act governs this process. If I'm going to bounce it to Luann, if I might, Luann's been part of our Petaluma process, and is there anything you might add to how you see our work with respect to the Brown Act?
I think that having served, and Dan knows this as well, of course, but having served as a superintendent, we're very, very sensitive around all the requirements of the Brown Act. And just having completed the search in Petaluma, Hank and team, we were very clear on what needed to be posted when and when we could approve the superintendent contract at a regular session board meeting. So I feel confident with the team that we got that under control.
Thanks, Luann.
Great, thank you. One of the other questions I had was, it definitely seems one of your unique value propositions is that interface between superintendent and strategic HR. Can you kind of maybe share an example of how that synergy can be a positive for a client district?
You bet. Kathleen, can I toss that one your way?
The way that I think about it in part is that with respect to Hank's expertise in HR, he is such a detail-oriented person with respect to process and timelines and fairness in every step along the way in our searches. And there's so much more than that. And I believe that what the superintendent side of things brings to the work is just that intimate understanding of the requirements, the expectations of the superintendency, and the work between the superintendent and a board. And I think also just the extent to which both sides of our team, it informs everything we do, from building our question sets for interviews, our recruiting conversations. We spend a great deal of time reaching out to people, and the fact that we can share a deep understanding of what the work is like, I believe is one of the things that provides a lot of clarity and confidence to those that we're recruiting. So Hank, I'm certainly, I'm sure there are things that you would add to that.
Thanks, Kathleen. I like that. I think the only thing I'd add is maybe if I were to think of something specific, I'd say, so one thing I might say is that we are super proactive in making sure that our candidates know the entirety of the process and the entirety of the timeline at the earliest possible stage. And when we walk through with candidates, what's going to happen, we will say to them, this is if you're advanced for a first round interview, this happens on that Thursday, and this is the time frame, and we will call you back on Friday between 12 and 2 o'clock to give you a status update. Like, we are that detail oriented. I appreciate Kathleen's pointing out the detail orientation, because that's part of my nature, but it's also part of my work as an HR leader. That allowing candidates that level of knowledge. not only shows them your interest and respect in them, which helps keeps them engaged, but also allows them to just manage their otherwise busy lives because they're likely going to be very highly talented, very busy individuals, and knowing that information just allows them to be to show up at their best. So that might be one example of how those pieces come together.
Can I ask? Thank you. One of the other things is I think, I have two more questions, but we certainly feel like we are an attractive district and in a good position. And so we want to kind of balance that, obviously finding the right fit. Also cognizant of where we are kind of in the year. But we want to, kind of take that transition, take that baton from Dan and what we've built as a district and go to that next level and kind of continue our strategic plan, continue the profile learner work that we've done. Can you kind of address the kind of the candidacies? Do you see candidacies that have that energy and passion and but also are not just kind of, assistant superintendents looking for that next step, but maybe more in the prime and just want to still continue and do good work in districts? Can you kind of talk to that more, that mature level? And do you have that in your network?
Yeah, I'll take the last part, and then Luann or Kathleen, if one of you want to pick up what I've left off. I'll be honest. I think again, when we first came into the California market, there was a question of whether we had a network in California. I will say to you that when we reached out to candidates in California who we knew, let me say it differently. When we talked to staff in the districts where we were doing the superintendent searches, people on staff would say, "Oh, we know your name. We've been getting your emails for years. We're so excited you're doing a California search." Or we would talk to candidates who would say, "We know about you. But I always wanted to be in California, and now you're in California." So we feel really confident. I will also say that in our Los Gatos search was the strongest pool we have ever had in any of our searches in 15 years. And that was not as late in the season as the next one, but still a fairly late search. So we're not at all shy or worried about whether we have the contacts in the state of California. We believe we are very well known in California. And I would say also that we've encountered a number of really incredible candidates who are, I think, what you're describing, who are not, you didn't say milk toast, but I'll just say who are not milk toast, but are really deeply excited and want to do the hard work and are absolutely committed to kids and absolutely committed to public education. And some of them might very well be interested. I mean, why wouldn't they in your district, but also in this timeline? I can think offhand of a handful, and I'm sure Kathleen worked on Los Gatos, Luann worked on Petaluma, people that we know we want to reach out to. But there's a number of people that we haven't yet engaged with that we know also will be open and will be interested because it's the right district and the right time. Luann, Kathleen, do you want to add anything?
I think the thing I would add is just wherever we've conducted a search, we bring boards, candidates that are just absolutely aligned with the criteria that the board has established for the position. And we do that really intentionally in our outreach efforts. We think about and we ask about people who have the skills, who demonstrate the specific characteristics that the board is looking for. So there's great alignment. I think the other thing that I would add is that in every single search, boards that we've worked with have expressed just absolute delight with the quality of candidates that we bring to them. I think it's often a surprise, that they have such a robust deep pool of people who are interested in their positions. And I would expect that to be the case in this instance as well.
And I'll just briefly add that the criteria that Kathleen was discussing is such a key piece of the work that Hank does and the team, really looking for those characteristics that the board deems is important to them. And those candidates are the candidates that we are looking for that meet that criteria. And when we are doing interviewing, that criteria drives what the interviews, the questions at the interviews that we asked during the interviews, and that really makes a big difference. And the quality of candidates in Petaluma, and I shared that even though it was a late search, they were incredible candidates that were ready to take on leadership, and some who already were leaders who were interested in, a new position. So I felt good about that too.
Can I just probe on that? That was my last kind of question about that Petaluma search. You said that it was a late search. Can you kind of expand on where in the calendar year that happened, and what were some of the areas that you kind of found challenging and helped mitigate? Like, what did you put in place to kind of keep that search progressing?
Luann, you wanna pick that up?
Sure. So the search, Matthew Harris, who was the superintendent there, decided a little bit late in the year that he was ready to take on some different work. And so I think we started the search, I want to say as late as, Hank, did we start it in late March? Was that when? I'm trying to think of the exact date, but it was pretty late in the season. And we immediately
Yeah, I
met with
think
the
our
board.
I think our kickoff meeting was in early April, if I'm not wrong.
In early April. And, Hank came in, we immediately met with the Board of Trustees. We did community-wide interview questions and constituent group meetings that Hank facilitated. And from that, we came up with a list of criteria that the board was looking for. We came back to them for a second meeting and had them refine that criteria. And then we just went to work. And because we have a lot of contacts, for me in San Mateo County, Marin County, Sonoma County, there was a lot of outreach, and it was really a lot of candidates came forward because of the outreach that we had within our team. And I think that made a big difference. And then we ended up hiring the superintendent, I don't know, Hank, maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Pretty recently. Yeah, I think
it was
a week
very
and a half ago.
recently. Yeah. The end
Yeah.
of May, I will say that much.
And that was a very expedited search. I mean, and I don't think you're looking that expedited, but that was a little bit more than 2 months. So whatever the time frame is that your board in Belmont-Redwood Shores needs, we will support that.
Great, that's a great example. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. In listening to your presentation, I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding of the candidate experience and the board experience. I don't know that I fully understand the community experience. Like what is it that you're bringing? That would be good. So again, also specifically including this timeline.
Sure. Yes. So let's talk about that. And there are some options for the board to help drive that. The community experience happens very much on the front end and to some extent on the tail end. And so I want to kind of talk about both. At the front end, we meet with we call them focus groups. And the board and sometimes also senior staff, not the superintendent. We really keep your current superintendent away from the process, but sometimes senior staff helps advise the board, or a subset of the board, I should say, in determining who are the focus groups that we should be meeting with. And I'll keep it high level just because I think you're asking about kind of how that works, but I can certainly get into detail if you'd like. Ultimately, that might be 10, 12, 15 engagement groups where we're meeting with individuals and we're learning about your district. And your district, those members of the community, some of those are internal members, some of them might even be students. Certainly some members are going to be parents and families and community members, are informing us about what are their hopes and dreams for the district, what is working really well in this district that they want to make sure the new superintendent continues to steward, what are the challenges and complexities of the organization, and what are those key attributes that, of all the grocery list of qualities that you would want in your next leader, what are the really critical ones that are going to maybe determine somebody who's going to be smashingly successful in your district, or maybe not in your district, but maybe somebody else somewhere else might be. Those kind of community engagements are heavy at the front end, and they help build that document that both Kathleen and Luann spoke about, which is written in your proposal, which we call the next superintendent criteria. And for those individuals, we can't obviously have small groups with every member of your community, but we also do an online survey, which oftentimes hundreds of individuals respond to. And depending on your timeline, So in Petaluma, it was short. We had 2 months. We had a finite number of groups just because of the time frame. To the ability that you can extend your timeline a little bit, realize you want to have somebody in, if not by the beginning of the calendar academic year, but shortly thereafter, that impacts it a little bit. In some districts, we've had 30 and 35, larger districts than yours for sure. We've had 30 and 35 community groups. That's the front end, and also including the online survey. I'm sorry, was there a follow-up question in there just now?
No.
No.
You're doing it.
There is also the question at the tail end. So in some of our search, and it seems to be somewhat state specific, but your board can make any decision you want. In some of our, I would say in actually a large number of our searches, there is a small finite number of community members who are they sign confidentiality affidavits, and usually it's very small, like 12. One panel of 12 is most typical what we would do when we do this, where those 12 individuals who are usually selected largely at random, again, there's some detail around that I can share if you'd like, but largely at random, representing though a microcosm. So we make sure that there's some staff people, some administrators, some parents, some family, some community members. That is what we call the community panel, which you will see addressed in the proposal. And if you elect to have that community panel interviews at the finalist stage, does not make any decisions, interviews, and provides really substantive feedback to the board. That is not as common in California searches and in other searches, but board, you certainly may choose to have that, and that is a way for community members to also be involved at the finalist stage of the process.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You bet.
Sorry, go ahead. In the interest of time. Okay, well, I want to, go ahead. Did you want to say? Okay. I want to thank Hank, Kathleen, and Luan for your presentation and for taking the time.
Yeah.
I know some of you, it might be late on your end. So thank you very much for all the time you're taking.
We're so grateful to be here. Thank you so much. We wish you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
So let's take a 5-minute break and then reconvene. We're reconvening here. Okay, reconvene for conversation. We are taking a break at 7:51 p.m. 7:58 PM. So before we jump into a discussion, I thought maybe just, whether it's on paper for yourselves or like I was thinking in my head, maybe just obviously think about the presentation, but also, I don't know if the word is rank order, but just kind of, I'd be interested really from this discussion, right? I think they were all kind of outstanding, right? And I'm glad they focused on the why us as opposed to, the nice thing is I don't think we can do wrong by any of them. But maybe we could think about what really stood out to each of you, but also like where your thinking is around if there is a stronger preference. I mean, it's green. Green. About reasons why you like a firm or don't like a firm that we could discuss, and even if there, maybe just take a second to say they're, rank order them or just put them into some sort of maybe prioritization, if you have that, if you're so inclined. Trust me.
Can I off
Off.
well, I feel like so kind of to start us off, I feel like I want to thank the firms for coming and doing the proposals, all very good, very thoughtful. I'm not sure what my rank order is now, so either I'll defer to somebody else, but I was wondering if we'd want to say like some of the things we liked about each one.
That's what I want.
Okay, but not necessarily give
Yeah,
a
no,
rank
so,
order at
yeah,
this
just-
point.
No, I
Okay.
think the whole thing is just, I would definitely like to hear what you, and on those who are able to talk to references, you can kind of like incorporate that too, because then that represents some clients that they've had, that they've put up, hope they're satisfied. So for those who are able to reach out to, and for whatever you have, first impressions.
Sure. And I will defer to somebody else if they would like to go first, because I'm still organizing my thoughts.
You guys know I like to go first, because otherwise you steal all the stuff. Do you want to go first? Go ahead, you can go. Okay. Cool, thank you very much. Yes, thank you to all the firms. I thought all the presentations were very well done. I did have a rank order, which, it's neither here nor there, but interestingly, after the presentations, I think the one that I was toward the bottom is now like the one I like the best after meeting the people. So I thought that was interesting. I think that I did some references for this particular one that I thought was good. All four of the references were like in love with the firms and the people that they worked with. One of which was Petaluma. They had a really short timeline, which is one of the things that kind of really resonated with me, because I think we're also kind of focusing on possibly a shorter timeline. And they were just really, really impressed, not only with the firm's ability to keep to that tight timeline, but they also feel like they got an incredibly qualified candidate during the process. So, and that was human capital. So I think that's, that's always great to hear, especially if it's like similar to our situation. Yeah, somebody else want to talk?
Again, to echo Anne and David, thank you so much for taking the time to come and chat with us and give your presentations. They were all very illuminating. I think from every single one of the presentations, I took away something that I would think about and use in our search as we move forward. I think one of the things that I really appreciated was I also did the reference checks for human capital enterprises. And one of the things that I noticed that I did not get from the other references I checked was that the schools or the trustees that I spoke with were actually the people working with this same team. And I think I've mentioned before that I feel like a big piece of your experience is dependent on the team that is working with you. And I think that's one of the main reasons they've kind of floated to the top, because it is that same team that gave these other districts a really great experience. They said it was very efficient. They said it was very responsive. I don't know anything about the teams of the other firms, and that makes me a little bit more hesitant. Um, even though I believe all of their presentations were very good.
If I could, Shelley, I did references for leadership associates as well and found the same, like it was the same team and people had like very high remarks and just couldn't say enough good things about Donald specifically. So, yeah.
So, yeah, I'll share. I was able to get through to and talk to somebody about Leadership Associates and HCE. Okay. And again, specifically they did a search with Leadership Associates, did a search with Donald, and you know, you can see how amiable and affable he is, and that bodes well. They really appreciated his expertise and experience, and that part of it. I think what stood out by the person that contacted with HCE, and she also worked with Hank and Kathleen, not Luann, said that what really stood out was the ability to take the time to really get to know the attributes that were important, and also the right fit for the district, not just a generic kind of search. And I think that also was echoed, which is what was important for me, was that kind of echoed with McPherson and Jacobson. But I will go back and say, with specifically staying with human capital, HCE, also that strategic interface between strategic HR and superintendent, having that depth of expertise in both, and that ultimately you have to be able to see yourself working with that team, both from a personality fit, but that there's also that trust that they're going to bring you the good candidates. And I feel like from that, you know, the references that I talked to, again, small, I felt like that came across, and that they had high praise for both firms. I think the other thing that just is higher on my list, in addition to team kind of expertise and guidance, which is maybe, you know, understanding and timeline, but you know, the ability to kind of, to the extent possible, that we obviously want to surface the best talent, can kind of work within that time frame as much as possible. So from that perspective, and again, I wasn't able to connect with any references from McPherson and Jacobson, but I really enjoyed their presentation. I enjoyed that Dr. Gibson had that special education background. I think it's a reality that districts are facing. I like that. Now again, that's kind of delving into subject matter expertise. I still feel like a superintendent is a leader, but the reality is as we've seen, that nuance is going to be maybe more front and center as the years kind of continue. I also was impressed by that they did their homework on you know, maybe they hit or miss in certain things, right? But from a periphery, from an initial investigation, initial research, I was impressed by that. So that's just, again, but again, Leadership Associates, they were smooth too. I think timeline for me kind of surfaces to the top as to one of those.
They did mention that Leadership Associates did mention that they would be able to shorten the timeline if that's what we wanted to do. I do think one of their big selling points is that they are very local. That Donald is what? Oh, well, just one of them. But I mean, the fact that he is available to speak with our community, I think is a really great thing, and being available to speak with our community when we need him. And that's one of the things I was kind of hesitant about with HCE, was that they were all online. I know that Hank, oh, I just don't know, would they be, is he local? Is Hank local?
Local. Yeah, Kathleen and
So those are all quite far away. So
They're a
any
flight, but they're
engagement we have with them is likely going to be remote. I'm not
No,
saying,
I think the two superintendents from HCE were superintendents in the Bay Area, including Hillsborough. And I believe they
are they
are
still here?
still in this area, but just personal circumstances. Yeah.
Yeah, it was personal circumstances why they had.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not saying, and plus Zoom is, they're very capable
The
people.
references that I said, they had no qualms about, that experience, and in fact, I think HC maybe even said that they really kind of pushed in-person interviews. That was the recommendation by the school board trustee that I spoke to, is as much as you can, research, that in-person, experience really helped with community bonding and buy-in. And so, that's for us to work out, and I think I don't think that their consultancy would be an issue. Great, see.
Okay. So they are local. We know that they are local
I'll confirm
because Santa Rosa's far away, Palm Springs.
local searches.
I know they've done local searches.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it like makes such a huge difference. Like that's why I asked the first question about the leadership associates guy that lives in SoCal. But then after he was saying like, we travel up. So like they would just travel up when they need to be here. I don't think that the consultants are gonna be here like for that whole time period.
Right.
But whenever like we want them to be here, then they will all be here.
So looking in the proposal, Luann is from Santa Rosa, where it resides. Her travel expenses are to and from Santa Rosa. Kathleen is from Junction City, and Hank is from Palm Springs. And I would agree that the balance, they all recognize that in-person is an important component, and I think all made that.
Yeah, I was only able to connect with one reference, and Trustee Dang helped me try to reach out to some people, but unsuccessfully. But the one that I did connect with, kind of in contrast to some of the other discussion, I was going to say, I think, for purposes of discussion, I need to say who it is, but it was the McPherson and Jacobson, who I liked their proposal and I love their presentation. The reference they gave that I was able to connect with, she had worked with completely different consultants. So I did not get a reference for Daniel and Tori. I got a reference for somebody else who they worked with in Oregon. So, grain of salt, of course. As I said, and I'm definitely still considering McPherson and Jacobson. The reference I did talk to, with it being a national company, she said that she felt like the staff, and she was the executive assistant to the superintendent's office, that she felt like she did do more work during that time period. So again, that could just be those particular consultants who are not the ones who are, off, who are under consideration tonight. But I did like, I specifically remember it for HCE, but other firms may have mentioned it as well, of trying to having a minimal workload for our current BRSSD staff.
Yeah, I think that's a really important piece. And then I think one other thing that for me, for McPherson and Peterson, that I was like, I'm not sure is Tori is very new. So she just started this year with them. So, obviously I don't know how big of a deal that would be, or, but that's just something that kind of stuck for me. And then I think and then the other thing for McPherson and Jacobson that like sticks out is that they're like much cheaper. Like it's quite a big difference between their price point and other price points. So like, what does that really mean? I don't really know. And then the other thing was with the HYA, was that, and I'm so glad, was it you that
Yes,
asked the
you asked
question?
that great
Oh,
question.
great question.
How
About
many
placement.
actual direct superintendent searches? you
Yeah,
have? 'Cause
yeah.
You can have a team behind you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. So with that, and then the other one for them is their timeline, because while it says December, whatever, then it said like superintendent starts July 2027. So, I'm sure they would work with us on that, but I think like, I think we were pretty specific, right, Dan, and the proposal and like the timeline and
Yes.
anyway, so those are just the things that stood out to me.
So I like what you said, a lot. I think that the timeline's important. We are going to do right by our district. If we're not getting a candidate pool, but we'll find out shortly and we'll have to then reevaluate. But I think that to the best extent possible, if we feel all else is the same, or there's some unique advantages, we want to stick to our September-ish timeline as much as possible. Again, reevaluate as needed. The comment about kind of expense, I think they're all within the range. And for a search of this magnitude, a couple thousand either way, if we are really gung-ho, that should not exclude or include somebody, but I think they're all within the ballpark. For a high level CEO type search.
Oh yeah, my comment was more like, I thought it was like low.
Oh.
Yeah. Like the McPherson, or whatever, like, yeah, it's just much lower. So like, that's,
So
you know.
I'll just put it out, since I think I like, go ahead, Jackie, no, I think. Okay, thank you. I think, I want to put out that I was impressed with HC. And would like to put them forth as our search firm. I'll put it out there as, they were not the only one that I liked, but I really think that they rose to the surface. Both in my reference checks and also their presentation.
Yeah, I agree. I had ranked them as number one for me. Specifically, like, obviously the references, they're not gonna give you somebody that's not gonna give a good reference. But I did really think like, I felt very, connected to them during their proposal. I thought that was kind of the most, kind of just one that just kind of flowed. I honestly loved that they put geese on the title slide. Just like, there's a geese. I don't know. There's like a goose, like geese. Just, like. I thought it was hilarious. Like, that's very tough.
Oh, right. Maybe. Sorry about that. Jackie or April, before we do a formal vote, would you like to comment? I don't want to leave you out.
Sure. I'll write off a few things. Yeah, I don't need to repeat. Leadership Associates, I think, decent presentation, and I spoke to references that spoke pretty highly of Donald specifically. Michael was not the person they worked with. I liked their honesty around the timeline. I think with clear will to like make connection to what we want, but I felt like they were pretty clear with like concern, which I think when I wonder about a group that will be like what friction might look like I think somebody who might be like, we know that's what you want, but here's what we might recommend. Like, I appreciate that. And I think what the 5 or 6 of us want might not necessarily be right. And somebody who could prove that they understand that and willing to perhaps say that, I think I appreciate. McPherson and Jacobson, it sounds like we're not necessarily speaking about it's like a high possibility, and I think I support that. I thought Tori's specific expertise and their homework related to our gap and like what she could confirm if we were like, sounds like this person knows this. Like, and that's not a shot against Dan. I just when I speak about individuals, that was intriguing to me. HYA, I was interested in, and I don't know how I feel about like someone new maybe will be driven to get it right. The dashboard I was really intrigued by as well, but then that's also new. So like the two together, I'm like, that's hard. But when I think about our community, when I think about the dashboard, and then the one thing they said more clearly than others that I loved was the like kind of like continued support afterwards, which I imagine any might offer, but they spoke specifically about continued mentoring and training, which I think in the end, as far as wherever we move forward, that's something that we should probably keep in mind no matter what. But the fact that a group had it as part of their slate, I like that. But again, I don't know that I would elevate it, but I liked it. HCE, if I can be completely honest, I liked how quickly they communicated. They just weren't so long-winded, which I think would be a healthy balance. If I can be completely honest.
Some additional thoughts. And again, I think each of the firms did a really great job. And I'm not going to if I'm a teacher myself, if I were giving them grades, they would all get an A or an A plus. Yeah, exactly. But they were great. So what I would say is I do think it's easier to go with saying, okay, these are the firms that have had the most experience. And that may be what we decide we need to do. But I kind of think of it related to the actual superintendent search as well, is and of course, you know, for the consultant, it's a shorter term relationship with them, even if we have follow up afterwards. But anyway, let me rephrase that. For the superintendent, I want to make sure that we're looking at all potential candidates and not just people who have been successful for 6 years already as a superintendent. I encourage those people to apply, but I also want to hear from what may be considered more non-traditional candidates. So I don't want us to not pick HYA just because of their less experience. And I would echo what Trustee Bruno said about their community portal and their board portal. And I appreciate Trustee Bruno, you know, finding out how long they've had these things. But I can also imagine that something like the community portal would be very appreciated by our community. You know, I believe Maya said this would be her first search. I believe Van said he had done 4 searches in the past year. So yes, definitely they have less experience. But I like their thinking. I like that they do have the HYA Transition Academy. I like that they said they don't do gatekeeping, that they don't have a group of candidates, you know, that they go back to time and time again. I appreciate some of the other firms that they have a large network, and that's great. But I also want people who may not be in that network to feel like this is a very real possibility for them.
So one of the things that I'm interested in is that, because I thought, I don't want to put words when I did the references, but I thought maybe Dan, you can weigh in around how typical it is to create a portal / website. They have it as part of theirs, but I do believe, do they not kind of ask school districts to kind of create some sort of communication or portal that the community can, or not?
So yes, my experience has been that every group has some type of communication or landing site to communicate timeline, to communicate next steps, to communicate where they are in search. I was actually just looking for what their dashboard looks like for HYA. I'm not sure that they provided that as an example. So did you see it? Okay. Okay. But everyone is going to have some type of a landing page and or work with the district.
So that's definitely attractive. I guess it's just, where does it fit in our priorities? I mean, for me, it's like, and Trustee Dang was saying that the kismet, like the connection with the pair. And I think, again, a lot of these teams will gently, respectfully kind of move the board along and not diminish. I know HCE, the reference said that they presented all of them because they wanted to see all of them. So if the board wanted that, we're the clients. And so we want to see all the candidates, not just the top 12. I think all of these firms said, that they would do that. And so I think it's just, again, kind of overall, I kind of come back to, since there are so many good things about a lot of them, my criteria is team and expertise and the ability to the best extent possible at this stage honor the timeline that we put in the RFP, not December, not January. Again, the reality is that might be the case, and then we make contingency for it. But I'd like to go into it not assuming that we have to go to November, December, January. We don't have to. That's just where I'm putting that.
Yeah, and just to add on, like, the question that I asked, I mean, I think it does increase the complexity once we pass November. Right? So if we're like in the middle of a search and then who knows, like, right? I mean, then we have new board members possibly. And then, how does that affect the progress?
So should we make I guess unless there's strict like reservations for not taking one, is there any, I mean,
No, I was.
So does anybody have a motion for one of the funds?
I don't have a motion, but I have another comment. So again, I just, and again, I really appreciate all of these firms. They all did great, A or A plus. I want to make sure that for this, but as well as for our superintendent search, that we're giving as much weight to potential as past performance. Because I think sometimes focusing on experience and fit can exclude people who would be wonderful.
Great. And we should get that input. Absolutely.
April, can I ask a question about that? Are you talking like specifically about the firm and their experience? Are you talking about the candidates that would apply?
Yes. So, I think for the firm, right, we're going to have a relationship with them for probably 6 months or so. And then if we continue on with that, then it may continue as well. But it's kind of making me think about what we're going to do with our superintendent, as our superintendent search as well. And I just feel like we maybe I feel like we're going in a certain direction, and I was happy with each of the groups, but I feel like we're possibly not giving the firms that had more diverse consultants enough consideration.
Sounds like you were talking about the candidate process or the recruitment process?
Well, I'm saying
And not the firm.
it's it's a lens for me, and I know we're, uh, I believe based on uh, uh, my interpretation, and so I'm not going to say this right, but I would say I believe that Human Capital Enterprises didn't have any consultants of color who were part of the team, whereas the other three teams had a consultant of color. I just want to name that.
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
which one, given that that's important to you in your decision making, which one are you proposing? Like what was?
So I really did like HYA,
Okay.
and I really liked McPherson as well. And I could be completely mistaken on how people identify, and I apologize for that in advance.
Well, sort of tricky part, but like, should we, so thank you. I don't know, so we have kind of we have two HCEs that kind of, for me, and I wrote to the top. I mean, and we can just continue having a discussion or just try to sort of, I don't know where, or maybe make a motion. Make a motion.
Everybody narrowing it to two and
Yeah.
seeing where you guys.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we narrow it to two?
I mean, selfishly, I sort of liked Leadership Associates just because they had someone who could speak Mandarin on the team. You know, given given my particular area of Redwood Shores, we have a lot of
Fair enough. That's great.
Mandarin speakers. I think
Okay.
it would really engage my particular community because we tend not to speak up much.
Okay, so, to Leadership Associates, did you have, what was your session?
HC.
Yeah, so I'm just the opposite of Shelley. So I have HCS 1 and Leadership Associates 2.
Right, and I'm with you. I had HCE at number 1, Leadership Associates at number 2. And April, you were HYA McPherson, right? So your top two.
I think, I mean, again, not to, and I'm happy to have Trustee Bruno go if you would like to. Maybe if we get it down to two, I would like us to, and I know, of course, that, we want to do this expeditiously, but maybe if we get it down to two, I would like us to more fully discuss both of them.
Okay. So,
Sorry, that was not
no,
on grade at all.
That's fine. So, Trustee Bruno, what were your two?
I'm obviously legit kind of still torn, but I also will give you an answer. HC and HYA. I don't know if they're in order. If that wasn't a 1-2, that was a 1-1. Yeah. And happily willing to consider the others as a.
Okay. So I think was it fair to kind of say that one of them is HCE? We have 3 people out of the 5 of us, 4 out of the 5 of us have put forward HCE as one of their top 2 choices. So I feel like by that vote count, HCE is one of the finalists for us. Okay. So then we have a McPherson has one motion, one option. We have an HYA, that's kind of like they each get 1 vote, and we have. I'm sorry. Yes, apologize. Thank you. 2 HYA, 1 McPherson, 3 leadership. Thank you. Okay, 3 leadership. Zero. So I feel Leadership Associates plays to certainly, having that kind of community perspective. Shelley was saying. Also, today, I think it speaks to the diversity that you were reflecting, and for both of them, right? And honestly, I think the expertise was there. I wasn't that thrilled that the timeline, but I know from the reference checks that Donald, I felt, really stood out. I mean, they raved about Donald. So I'm not wed to HC, although I thought the presentations were on the other. I'm hearing what the other fellow trustees are saying, and I see that's a valid point for sure. So I don't know where to take it from there, but I think,
This question is about I'm curious how other people heard what you're saying about their timeline. Do you feel like Leadership Associates was being more stingy or conservative with the timeline than the others? Is
well, I
that
think they didn't want to go later. I think they would.
my question is again, this is not me challenging you. This is me asking you how you all heard it. Is I thought I heard something similar from maybe 2 of the others of being like, kind of like, or you could do July, right? Like, like a few mentioned it too of like, yeah.
But I like the team of Leadership Associates. Again, I like the team of McPherson. And absolutely. So I think my thing is, if the team is equal and they're driving the process, and I feel like they can find a community aspect into, then why would we, again, unless one of them has this magic thing and is blowing smoke, I feel like, because maybe there's a big difference between September and December, so maybe one's unrealistic, but I'm thinking that maybe they're used to shorter searches than the others. Maybe they also, I know in letter of intent from Dr. Harris, this could be his only search. I'm not quite sure, even though we asked the question about concurrent searches. Yeah. Maybe they are juggling other searches, and therefore maybe the timeline's extended not because they don't feel like they're going to get the adequate talent pool, but maybe it's their own bandwidth. I'm not sure. I'm not putting words in their mouth. So if everything kind of is equal with the team and their competencies or that uniqueness that they bring, then I think we really want to maybe even like, if the teams we feel like a connection with the teams, I'm almost putting timeline at number 1.
I would have to agree.
I get along with them, and I want to be cognizant timeline, like ability to.
The timeline, I feel like that timeline piece
Feel
is
Which firm are you talking about?
for HCE.
So HCE to me.
Yeah.
And again, they've had stellar reviews. I'm still hung up on.
They all
their
had stellar
ability to make
reviews.
Short in the time.
So I'll just add, this is helpful, in the RFPQ that the board sent out, item 4 asked for a detailed search timeline, followed up with the board desires an efficient and timely process without compromising quality. So you asked for a specific timeline. They respond to that.
They responded saying, to the best of what they feel, that give us the results. This is going to be the end of towards the winter break. But they also hampered on the contract, and maybe that is a reality that I'm just not aware of, like in a lot of contracts. But I feel like they're like automatically built-in process time for the contracts. I do know one of my references says that they had a frustration, just with, I forget who it was honestly, but just how long contracts take. kind of take the work out. But that was not a frustration with firm. I think it was more with the lawyers, I just think the process of, I'm trying to figure out like process versus like, well, I don't know, I guess they all seem willing to work, so. I could go back and forth, honestly. I mean,
I think it's hard because they were all so good. So
Yeah,
now
and
it's
they're-
like,
yeah, I don't think we're gonna.
I can see your points too, you know, and I can see your points, Jackie, as well.
So anyway, I'm down between AC and LA, and my first read is that for me.
I think I am also considering HCE and Leadership Associates.
Okay.
Looking at their timelines side by side, which we do have the printouts.
Yep.
Page 7 for Leadership Associates.
Sure.
Anybody would like to read aloud?
Exactly. So page 7.
Page 7 for Leadership Associates is their proposed timeline. And then for Human Capital Enterprises, sorry, oh yeah, I did have it, 16. Yeah, 16 and then going on to page 17. So again, I think, I would say in general, I think either of the firms will work with us. So I wouldn't necessarily make the decision based on what they put in their proposal. Yes, we did give them some guidance. I think both of their proposals fit within our guidance. It's just, maybe a different definition of expedited or et cetera. However, so here's what I'm thinking about. It is going to be the summer. Yes, there will be community members who are around. And yes, I initially going into this definitely wanted us to be able to have a new superintendent, permanent superintendent, assume responsibilities in like August or September. And there's definitely advantages to that. I'm now thinking about how if we follow that strictly, the community may not feel like they had enough time to give us input.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think it's important that we are giving the community the amount of time that they need to feel like they have a stake in the process.
HCE did mention
Yeah.
the community like Jackie had asked specifically about how the community would be engaged, and they did offer, the idea of having the community come in and be part of that final selection
Yeah,
process.
I think it's almost like for us and our understanding of the timeline, right? Because I'm sure they would be happily extend
That's what I
the
was about to say.
timeline.
Yeah.
They could extend.
We-
There's nothing
Yes.
saying that they couldn't
Like,
extend.
we should also be like making sure that we're being realistic with the timeline, especially if we plan to look for an interim superintendent. I don't, there's like a super huge rush needed if we have someone at the interim. I would hate to try to slam everything into a really tight timeline and have the community feel like we didn't give them enough time.
Right, no, regardless of what they've listed, we feel through the first initial weeks that it's going slower than expected, then we have to change the timeline. But to your point, I think, yes, just like maybe hopefully they can shorten, maybe they can extend as needed to incorporate those groups that we really want to make sure. I mean, I feel like the critical phase is that design phase, getting the attributes and building and meeting with the groups. And we want to make sure that because that's kind of like the profile that then is going to intrigue candidates to then, that they can also use as their blueprint to source of. So I think there's flexibility probably on either front.
I'm gonna ask an unrelated question or to this thread. They spoke about timeline for like the other search that they did, but it was still, per my limited estimation, in a hiring season. as a organization that's new to California, polling candidates in the summer, do we have any concerns about their ability to pull candidates into a search? Right, so like somebody who's local might like know which sitting soups to tap. But again, maybe that all superintendents are in a network and it's just a blast. But I'm not trying to state that as I know that is a concern. I'm asking if that's a concern. Wasn't it their words? They're new to California as a market.
As a market, yeah.
Like that's their words. Yeah. You're arguing with me. It was their words.
I don't think they don't know. I mean, we asked them, right? I think that they.
Right, but in an example, it was March to April,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, which is not
You know,
so.
which is when, or just when people who are looking are looking.
Go further with what you're saying, you feel therefore that leadership associates kind of shot at that they have, that what their greater network is kind of, or their
I mean,
more California.
You've been good about being impartial. My question simply is do all firms pretty much have access to the networks that are the same through AXA or whatever, and maybe it's a non-issue. So I'm not asking you if you're like, you're not damning them by answering the question. But my question is like, are all soups and assistant soups who might be interested all in the same network and easily accessible? Or is it different by locality? Yeah. So maybe it's a non-issue? Yeah.
Say that I've seen ads for I want to
Yeah.
be impartial.
You are.
I would say I've had more HCD and my personal inbox.
Right.
But I also know, but I would say I would look at leadership and HYA.
So impartially, you're saying that like I'm stating perhaps a non-issue.
I would
Yeah.
say a non-issue.
Sweet, good. Yeah. I recant my statement. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Sounds like they all have that capability.
Yeah, sweet. Even I will say, I heard about all the most recent superintendent vacancies before any firm had even been recognized.
Right.
As a search firm.
As most people who we'd want could.
Right, superintendents are connected with one another and there's a lot of.
Gotcha.
Takes care of itself. People already know that PRSSD is vacant.
Appreciate it.
You guys got a segment.
Too soon.
Especially for good.
So, I mean, we're in a good advantageous position. It really just thinks about like what we're thinking. Two groups have a consultant / partner down in Southern California. Both have one literally in our backyard. One is a former Hillsborough superintendent for HCE that will be networked in up here, and I think that's why I asked about their California context. But I think that they've had some learnings having now 2 searches in there, and it seems like, again, I'm just throwing it out. I'm not really putting one over the other, although I feel like I think both we're going to be very happy with both. You can't choose both, so I'm trying to find some differentiators that hit out to me, and the references for both were very effusive. But I will say that HCE did work with both of the Kathleen and Hank, and I will say one of the nuances they pulled out was that interface between strategic HR and the superintendent, although the leadership associates also had a lawyer. So I mean, we're in great shape. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, so I will point out one thing. I didn't ask the question, but it did come up like when I was looking into things, was that one of the people from Leadership Associates served as an interim superintendent in a district pretty close to here. So like, I don't know if that's like, could possibly be any type of conflict of interest.
oh,
Like, yeah, I guess I don't know what would be considered a conflict, like if they're now looking for place replacement. I don't know. That's why I didn't ask it, because I wasn't really sure that. Mhm.
What's the over, can we just talk about the overrun drive? The fine thing was time.
Yeah,
But does anybody have any over, for these last two funds that is kind of sticking out to them?
So I didn't hear anything from Leadership Associates about this piece, but I did like that HC called out that they would not burden our staff.
Like that part a lot.
I really liked that they called out, we're not going to make Kirsten do all the things, right? Like, I feel like that,
Out of sight.
yeah. I did like that.
That was a nice thing. That was a nice call.
it seemed like we all liked the focus on timeline, and if that were the case, we're not talking about McPherson at least that much right now, but they're the only comparable as far as proposed timeline. But if that wasn't the case, then are we back to a proposal on the or
We have to
motion?
make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that we go with HC.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
And then.
Yeah.
Can we have further discussion before we vote?
Absolutely.
I think one of the things that I'm having, I obviously just seconded, so it's not that deal possibly, but something that.
Appreciate that.
Continue to discuss that I would say, that I really liked with Leadership Associates was again, that they have someone who speaks Mandarin. I think that makes it clear that they, understand reaching out to the community includes, having things in multiple languages. I don't know that HCE had anything in their proposal, and of course, I didn't ask them that question. But I could see that as something that our community would see as, an important factor, yeah.
Okay, that's a great point.
HC does have a note that their surveys are in Spanish and in English and can be adapted for other languages.
I mean, I look, everyone quoted percentages, 80%, 83% within 5 years. I mean, I think it's important for our district, we've had searches, which I won't reference, but you can't try to set something up and obviously bad fit gets better later, right, to the best of your ability. So it sounds like the average is 2 years. I thought that was eye-opening for superintendent leadership role. But point is, 90, whatever it was, 90, thank you, 96%, 27 out of the 20 searches, regardless of personality, market or not. That shows me the strength of the due diligence for them, not only to have the candidate experience, as they mentioned, and that's crucial too. I have been on the other side, and it has not been a great experience when the firm just does not get back to you at all. It's running it, regardless of whatever the circumstance. So having a high touch point with candidates, that says a lot about the firm, a lot. That they care, don't just treat a candidate as a commodity. And also the success. We want to have our district to the best extent possible, do the work of the district, not, 2 years down the road, go through this after we have to, rather not. So it sounds like they have a really good process of vetting quality candidates, and I'm very convinced that we're not the pioneer, we're not a pilot program here in California. Pretty confident.
I do like how detail oriented they are. Although in their presentation, the Ralston Middle School that they have there is not our Ralston Middle School.
Yeah.
I did notice that.
No,
No, it's
It's gotta be.
beautiful. It's just not our middle
But
school.
it's 23, there are trees,
No, they're not our trees.
So,
But there are trees, our little lakes. And they were the only one that called us Belmont-Redwood Shores and not Belmont-Redwood or just Belmont. They did give me my full area. But, you know,
Which
but that's just me getting,
which one was the only one that you noticed said Belmont-Redwood Shores?
HC.
Oh, okay.
So attention to detail.
Attention to detail.
Yeah.
Despite the Ralston Middle School
So
snapping.
So,
it's becoming like-
I do want to point out that we're considering the group that presented first and the group that presented last.
Correct.
And the group that presented last, if they so chose, could have watched the previous three presentations, whereas group number one did not have that advantage. And especially because group number four was on Zoom, which
They weren't on, right?
they could have been on YouTube. Anyway, I'm not, and if they were watching, that was a good decision for them. But I'm just saying, I think them HCE being like more to the point. I don't necessarily think that that is just because their firm is necessarily better. I think that's an advantage you get from being the last presenter.
So, well, I mean, so the other woman, Maya, came up and said, the elephant on the table, I've heard two people questioning about summer online, so she had an opportunity.
Totally.
I'm glad she did.
Totally. So I'm just saying,
Yeah, no.
I
That's a
think,
fair point.
I think the leadership associates, I think they did very well going first. Yeah.
Again, that's why they're my top two. How do we bring this to a? Excellent. April, are you ready to vote?
Are we gonna do an individual vote or is somebody gonna make a motion and we're gonna vote?
We've already had motion, now we do an individual vote. Yeah, I'm not trying to cut off the process, but I don't know how much more processing to be. Sorry. I'm not trying to.
I'm ready to vote, but I don't, I want us to give whichever firm we're selecting the highest vote we can. So I would like, so I would like if people are leaning toward HCE and they're definitely a great firm, I would like more argument of why they are better than leadership associates.
What do you?
Can I give
Yeah.
my arguments? Because the only thing that is like making them number one for me is like the connection and when they were talking and the way that I felt listening to them and like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of, I don't know. I felt that to me personally, I got the most out of it because I felt a connection with them. That's it.
And I promise I don't actually like think of people's races all the time, but also I'm not colorblind, right? People's ethnicities and backgrounds exist. And I'm concerned that myself too, I may have felt more connected to people who are not people of color.
So it sounds like that is one of the most important, that's your, not reservation, that's your reservation. That's your reservation for HD.
I feel like my reservation is that if we focus on experience and how well we connect with someone, we are potentially excluding people who are very good and will do just as well.
So you didn't have any other, besides that point, which is valid, I'm not trying to.
So then that's what I'm,
Did you, so you're for leadership associates, but can you say what, in addition to the diversity of consultancy, what did you like that is tangent in addition to the team makeup, which is important, not that, but that's one variable. Is there any other variable?
I thought that they were I thought that they were very similar with leadership associates and human capital of how I would rate them. I do think positives that Leadership Associates had is they said that 85% of the superintendents that they have participated in the search have been in their job for 5 years. So, right, statistics, and both of the statistics are great, but 85% in 5 years to me is not that different from 96% in 4 years. HCE said we've had 96% stay. Yeah. So I think their track record is similar. I did like that the Leadership Associates timeline, and again, I know that the timeline is flexible, but I do think their timeline is more realistic. And it includes more time for the community to weigh in, which the community may also tell us, like, why are you taking so long?
Yeah.
Why didn't you do this
Their
faster?
Thing is to get us a superintendent.
Yeah.
We might be reading into them until they do their feedback.
Exactly.
Into something that's not important to them.
Exactly. And then, yeah, I think their timeline was probably more realistic. I appreciate HCE wanting to accommodate our initial timeline. I don't think we are necessarily, as a board, going to be able to do the timeline that it says, including like presentation of BRSSD's next I'm looking at page 16 for HCE, just July, and it does say pending trustee schedule, but presentation of BRSSD's next superintendent criteria in open session. I do. So if I may change my vote, but if I were able to put a motion on the table, but I think that's probably against parliamentary procedure, is I would go with Leadership Associates.
So
Yes.
what I'm understanding is the motion on the table is for HCE, but what I'm understanding is the rest of the criteria, the rest of the proposals and packages is basically a match. So they're
Very similar.
very
Yes.
similar.
Yes.
The distinguishing thing for you is the consultancy team of Leadership Associates is more diverse.
I wouldn't say it's the deciding factor, but it's a factor. And I would also say that I think Leadership Associates, including their partners, and I believe both of the firms are relatively small. Leadership Associates looks to be bigger, but that Donald and Michael are partners in the firm. So again, it's a bigger firm. I think it said they have 23 partners. I may be reading that wrong. Anyway, I feel like overall Leadership Associates does have more experience as well. Yeah.
I mean, I would say more experience for sure in California, but it's definitely a bigger team than human capital.
They also cost less.
Yeah, please.
You sharing that it's important that our pool is a pool of diverse candidates, and no judgment on any firm or no decision. I think the board makes that part of their criteria, that as part of their process, they want to see a diverse candidate pool brought before them for you to evaluate. So I think that's something, regardless of which firm selected, you would.
I'm definitely for that, regardless of who we select. If that's an important part for our district of what we want to see. I don't know if I need to see that personally in the consultancy team.
If I could, the feedback in their proposal from HCE, from Los Gatos, talks about their conversations around equity in a way that seems like they believe it. And when I go to their website and I look at their team, the second person is a Black woman, and then there's Latina male and some other brown people. When yeah, unless I'm looking at the wrong thing, when I look at their team, I see color immediately. So
Yeah. and I
we can
would
move
say
forward.
Petaluma, again, Petaluma search too, given the makeup up there. You know, I feel comfortable with both consultancy teams. I think the three of them kind of showed a little synergy between each other. But again, I'm really kind of, again, I'll just, again, I'm not trying to discount. I'm just trying to say, like, we're in a good spot, but I think to me, the tangibles again are that, well, I guess it's a match between the superintendent / HR thing. Leadership Associates has a team, they have a team. They're gonna minimize staff work. I like that, what they said about that. Both reference checks were amazing. Again, what is his name? I don't know. Stood out. I don't know, they didn't reference the other person. They did reference Kathleen and Hank, not the other woman. Yeah, I like the fact of the high degree of care that they showed the candidates, so that we come off looking great as a district of hire. I don't know, I mean, it's like, I think that, and the timeline might need to be extended, but why don't we start with it short? I don't know, it just seems like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not discounting any of what you're saying. I'm just looking at other factors that kind of all together. I mean, again, we're in a really great position, but I think we just have to kind of go with something. Because I think both, and we're going to probably be very happy with both. Because certainly there's been client organizations that have been happy with both. So we just have to kind of, and yes, I would love something to be 5-0, but I don't think if it's like something different, that it's, again, I want you to go with your conviction.
I think
But-
what April's saying is that if they are, why don't we go with one with people of color? Is that correct? If they are.
Not necessarily. I'm
You're focusing on the
I'm
search.
looking for somebody to tell me what is better about
I like-
one of them.
I like HCE because they won't burden my staff. I like HCE because they seem to be very efficient in how they speak, I think. And it's not a connection thing for me. It's more they're willing to push the conversation forward and answer the questions. They'll answer them directly. There was far less meandering in their presentation, I felt like. I liked it because of the attention to detail. I did appreciate that. I feel like that's really important when you're vetting different candidates. I don't like how expensive they are, but they're within the range, but they have a lot of travel expenses involved as well. Whereas Leadership Associates has a $2,000 travel cap, they don't have said cap.
Can we go back to that on that? When we decide on a firm that, are we still able to like negotiate a little bit around that?
I would say, no, because theory,
You're approving as is,
Yeah.
okay. I think they're gonna stay within reasonable norms. I'm assuming, but
I mean, if it's a very short engagement, there will be far less travel and
Yeah.
it'll be very quick, right? So, but I did appreciate a lot of what they bring to the table. And I do feel like they will be very efficient and very effective.
okay. So why don't we just go see where we are? I appreciate every the input. I don't know if we'll be 5-0 on this, but I think we'll be happy in general. So let's just see where we're at. We already had the 2 motions. So why don't we do can we do a roll call, Ms. Allen? Individual? Can
Can we confirm the motion in the second?
Yeah, so So we've already done one motion for HCE. We've already confirmed that we have a second motion to have HCE be our firm, and now we just need to do a roll call.
Okay, trustee Bruno. Trustee Northrup.
Nay.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
Trustee Tang.
Aye.
Trustee Dang.
Aye.
Trustee Cost.
Aye.
All right, that was 4 yeas, 1 nay. Motion pass.
Oh, I was supposed to say that. Okay, motion passes. Fine. Yes, for the motion patches, HCE will be the search firm of choice going forward. Thank you all for a really amazing conversation and discussion. Appreciate all the time and energy.
Can I make a positive post-vote comment? I'm really looking forward to working with HCE. I think they will be really great. Thank you.
Yeah, motion for adjournment at 9:09 PM. Do I have a motion for adjournment? I'm just going to adjourn. 9:09. No motion.